one line, then follows the lies. Crack tape, no sound, he can hear that please. Somebody out there, come remember me. He don't blink when the story gets dark. He just digs deeper, strikes that spark. You hear that rage rotting under his breath. Every question a dare, every pause a threat. TruCrime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Yeah, seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the straight. TruCrime Cafe, every single day, pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. No way, no justice, no use in the lies. He tears down the curtain, looks dead in their eyes. Whoa, you feel that verdict rising inside your chest, till the guilty confess, till the broken can rest. TruCrime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Hey, seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the straight. TruCrime Cafe, every single day, pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in essence, he's burning it down. No way, no peace till justice is found. Little man on the scene trying to sound real tough. Standing on a stool, still ain't tall enough. Reaching for the counter like daddy pick me up. Wants his lukewarm brew in his favorite sippy cup. Baby pain, stomp those socks. Tiny little sneakers, big boy talk. Puffs that chest, can't lift the lock. Bangs on the door till the hinges pop. Baby pain, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pain, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. Yeah. Poor little guy ain't got one friend. Crying to his mama, why's it all gotta end? Why? Tears on the floor. Kicks his legs, then he's back for more. Fake mean mug with the jelly on his chin. Throws one punch, then he runs back in. Hides behind mom when the world swings back. Wants big boots, still rocking snags. Baby pay, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Stomping up and down, red face, small frame. Tiny little storm trying to make it rain. Wah, 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 that's his war cry. Big boy dreams in a shirt size 5. Baby pay, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. 1960 on the clock face. 4 a.m. bleeding through the blinds. Phone glow, floor cold, heart race. Can't tell the truth from the lines. Bethany says, can we go home? I laugh, but I'm not alright. Everyone kind, everybody jokes. Nobody sees frostbite. Pretty much at 4 a.m. My brain says it happened, I don't know when. Thought it was a dream, but I knew it was a lie. Only thing I don't know is why. Can't tell right from wrong tonight. Bethany wants to go, I hold too tight. Everyone is super nice, but nobody knows my soul is cold as ice. Fake crying in the bathroom glass. Red eyes, but I'm still dry. I talk big, then I walk it back. Can't look myself in the eye. Pretty much friends and such around. Must have been drunk, but I ain't trained. Hate the way my words fall down. My lies hurt people, I think.
I'm a Ashley, little black book in her hand. Plain dress, cold eyes, got a whole town under her command. Crooked smile, she can twist any truth in the room. Writes rumors in cursive, lets them grow like mold in a tomb. Every handshake has a hidden price. Every whisper cuts you like I'm a Ashley, lying awake through life, casting spells every day, every night. So corrupted, all the darkness inside, casting spells, diminishing the light. I'm a Ashley, dum dum diddy dum dum dee dum. Hey, 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 I'm a switch, so ugly inside. Look what you become. Such injustice, truth is so far out of sight, out of sight. Ashley, blowing spells of darkness and spite. She'll bless you, then bury your name in the dirt. Fake prayers, blank stare, and a grin when you're hurt. Tied tongues, cause they're scared of a touch. She just laughs in the shadows like I never did much. Every promise comes with poison threads. Every compliment lives under your bed. I'm Ashley, lying awake through life, casting spells every day, every night. So corrupted, all the darkness inside, casting spells, diminishing the light. I'm Ashley, dum dum diddy dum dum dee dum. Hey, hey, I'm switch, so ugly inside. Look what you become. Such injustice, truth is so far out of sight. I'm Ashley, brewing spells of darkness and spite. One day all her charms run dry. No one left to believe her lie. I'm Ashley, lying awake through life, casting spells every day, every night. So corrupted, all the darkness inside, casting spells, diminishing the light. I'm Ashley, dum diddy dum dum dee dum. Hey, 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 I'm switch, so ugly inside. Look what you become. Such injustice, truth is so far out of sight. I'm Ashley, brewing spells of darkness and spite. I'm Ashley.
Alrighty then, welcome back to the cafe, guys. We're open for business. I've missed you all. I didn't see anybody yesterday, anywhere, anyhow. It was a crazy, weird day, but here I am today, and we are back for part 3 of this interview with Dr. Turvey breakdown. I see there's another interview out. We may look at that too, but I wanted to bring back the hearings. I didn't get a chance to do that, and that's why we're doing part 3 on this today. I know it's taken a while. My apologies. But I want to break it down piece by piece, slowly, like we have and make sure that everything is talked about. So that's why we're doing it. And of course, anything else that gets brought up, we always talk about. So thank you guys for being here. I have missed you all. I will put the link up here in just one moment. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way through the door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we be doing. And right. Everybody come on in and grab a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up, and let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the TruCrime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you here today. Thank you for joining us here at the cafe. It is great to be back with you guys. I missed you guys yesterday, like I said, the whole day. I wasn't even on here once. It's crazy. I don't usually ever do that. Not even in the Discord. It was a busy, weird day. I was doing all sorts of weird things and struggling with some stuff here and there, and it is what it is. But I'm back today. It is great to see you guys. I missed you all quite much. I'll say that. So thank you for being here. Again, jumping into part 3 of this interview breakdown we were doing and discussion. And I want to rewind a little bit and check out a couple of these hearings I told you guys the other day to show some points that I think are kind of important. So we're going to discuss that and whatever else we get into as well. So please make sure to hit the like button, share this out, and let's get into it. Come on in and grab a seat, guys. Get comfortable, and let's do it. Looks like we got Michelle F joining us today. Miss Tandy's in the house. It must be her lunch break. Sluther75, great to see you. Gen 7, welcome back. Thank you so very much for joining us today. Sleuthy Kitty, welcome back to you. Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here today. Jesse Lynn, moving forward. Great to see you. Let's see. Sandra Kiyoshi, welcome back to you. Witchy was, Witchy who. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Also, Ms. Mamakins, welcome back. Great to see you. Laura Wycliffe, I think. Welcome to you. Great to see you. Duck Cats Meow. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Baby Ames, great to see you today. Welcome back. KS, Justin Art, welcome to you. G Bean, wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Motoman, good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure. Roxy Tucker, welcome back to you. Amy Oleski, welcome. Great to see you. Of course, Miss Jen Seven's in the house. Great to see you, Jen. Thank you so much for joining us today. North Carolina Mountain Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you. What is truth? It's a great question. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate that. Good afternoon. Karma Police is in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thierry Dunn, welcome back. Great to see you. Jeff Hanna, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for being here today. Let me see here. I think the cat's meow. Blue Devil, welcome. Great to see you. Missy, welcome to you. Great to see you today. I think I could kiss me where I pee. I will not, but welcome. It's so great to see you. The last 24's in the house. Good to see you, brother. UK Jackie, welcome back to you. Red Riding Hood's in the house. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. All right, I'm getting there. Pretty much Finland. Welcome, and happy Friday to you all. Happy Friday. All you hard workers out there working through the week. And hopefully you got the weekend off. Moonflower, great to see you. Welcome back to you as well. Microdot, welcome. Good to see you. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, Brandy. Thank you for joining us. V Slims is in the house. Good to see you, V. 1111 Reflection. Miss Becca, great to see you all. Thank you for being here. Wonders Deep, wonderful to see you. Mountain Mau, good to see you. Kayani, hello and welcome from Kentucky. Great to see you. Deb Tutro, good to see you. Miss Kawanda's in the house. Thank you so very much for that. Already number one towards our goal. Says happy Friday, Diego. Sorry for us stressing you out so much. Oh, no, no way. No way. No way. You have not stressed me at all, guys. Any stressing was done on my own if that was the case. What's the truth? Oh, I did see you. Hello and welcome. Come on in. Come on in. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up. Thank you so much again. Come on up, Paul. Paul C 85. It's me, Lady T 66. Good to see you. Some new faces in here. Always happy to see new faces. Ozzy McGlynn, welcome. One of our Aussie friends from down under. Love and Other Habits, welcome. Just great to see you. William Tardy, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Thank you. Number 2 towards our goal. That's very awesome. Come on in, come in. And all right. Let's see. It looks like we got a couple guests so far. Eddie's joining us. Thank you for being here. And of course, Mr. Moto. Welcome, brother. Good to see you both.
Good to see you, Dale.
Good to see you, Dave.
Thank you guys for joining me today as we finish this out. Sorry, I didn't get to make it yesterday. I had a lot of weird things going on around here. My wife's out of town. Things just don't go right when she's not here. That's just how it is, period. So,
Daggle.
but I'm back. Yes, sir.
Can I start kind of where we left off last time we were together?
Of course you can.
I'll try not to make it too intense or serious or whatever.
No worries. Welcome, Mashian.
So I don't always have the perfect response in the moment. It seems like I have a knack for coming up with the right words a couple hours after the opportunity has passed.
Yeah, it happens for a lot of us.
So what I was trying to discuss last time, it revolves around, how we have arrived to where we're at is by asking questions and questioning everything and making the comparison to the Gilcher's channels back in the day, anything.
Right.
Questioning the narrative, so to speak. We've all experienced that the censorship was real. And I brought that up because I was feeling that and witnessing that here in this channel. And the person who, the subscriber who posted that question, I don't think was out of line. So I'm trying to be a voice for them, because if that type of censorship happens, what it is, it's a message. It's a strong message. For example, like I've been like one of 4 or 5 voices for the position. This topic that we're talking about with Dr. Turvey. I'll tell you, it's hard up here because it's 1 against 5. And that's fine. I signed up for it. I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing it out that who else would dare even bother, saying anything in chat or coming up to, maybe someone does have something to share, but doesn't dare do it because they've learned their lesson. They've seen how bad it is. But what are we doing here if we can't ask questions and have differing opinions? We'll become an echo chamber. If censoring out all the opinions that don't confirm to our own, then we're at risk of overlooking possibly something important, a detail that was not permitted to be put forth. So I hope you know that it wasn't a personal attack. It got kind of, our discussion kind of went on a tangent there for a bit, but I was not shaming, nor I don't think that person that
you're
asked
fine.
the question was shaming.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not even close. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
But
Welcome,
I'm just
senor.
gonna float this general question out there for people. Do you consider your position so weak that it cannot withstand debate? Why discourage others from questioning the narrative? What purpose would that serve? And you don't win debates by suppressing discussions. So just keep that in mind.
That's a good point. Very good point.
Just know that I'm not trying to be a gadfly or be difficult. I'm just questioning everything. And I'm not picking sides. I'm just asking questions. And right now, it's not a he said, she said. If it was a he said, she said, then maybe I'd be able to pick a side. But right now, it's just a he said. So
yeah.
Thanks for allowing me the floor and getting that out there and sharing my thoughts. I feel better.
Now, and I agree with that. But one thing I want to say is, like, okay, things that are removed from my chat are done on purpose. Like if I have and it's always been that way. It doesn't matter what the scenario is. If I have a guest up here, I don't care if it's Eddie, Moto, or Dr. Turvey or Chris Whitcomb or anybody, and somebody in the chat starts calling people names, that's highly disrespectful to me, to a guest that I have. It's an automatic. You don't do that. I don't care who you are, what it is. And I understand people. I know you have thick skin, bud. I ain't worried about that. That's not an issue. I just don't. I get highly upset when people insult people that are my guests just because of their opinions and so on and so forth. So those things are just automatically removed. And sometimes YouTube does it without us even having to. So we don't have control of that part. But that's why some of that stuff was being removed. It's just out of respect for the people that I have here. And I understand, like I said, a lot of people are like, oh, it doesn't bother me. Don't worry about it. Don't do it. It's just the way that the mods do what they do. So that's why a lot of that stuff was going on like that, because there were some people saying some things they just shouldn't say. And it's a rare and kind of surprising for some of the people in the community. But I understand that people get a little bit hot over certain topics, and that's understandable. But again, I said it, I don't know how many times over the past week. We have to be able to have these conversations without lighting a fire under our own asses and going at people's throats. It's just not right. You know what I'm saying? Like it's over an opinion. It's an opinion that people are getting upset about, and I understand. People have strong, passionate feelings about this case. I'm one of them, but I just don't want people attacking other people. That's all. That's all I've ever asked, is just treat each other with respect. Try to hold your emotions back a little bit. That's it. That's all I've ever said, and allow people to speak their opinions and their feelings in here without going for their throat. Because there's things that this entire thing we've done and it's the first time, I'll be honest with you. Well, not the first time, because in the beginning, Eddie and I had some differences of opinions of this case, but it changed down the road. But the point is, during this entire thing, we've had some differences of opinion. I'm not in here calling him a moron and like, don't let me find you, buddy, on the street. That kind of crazy shit. Come on, guys. We're better than that. So that's all I'm saying, is we don't need to do that. If we think differently of something, okay, if somebody sees that ball bouncing down the street and Eddie says it's red and I say it's purple, that's really not a reason to like hate each other, guys. When we have had 4 years of pleasantries and what I would call a friendship. You don't need to attack somebody over that. I'm just saying, I know that was a bad example considering what we're talking about, but you guys know what I mean. And this community is very, very respectful on a regular, and I just want it to continue and go forward that way. That's all. And here's the thing: is this whole thing, once this part of this is done, we're going to move forward into something else that's going to happen, and Eddie's going to have different opinions on that probably, that will probably match up with things that we believe in, and then it's okay then again. So that can't happen. Like, we have to stay on the same wavelength. And one more thing, as I've been saying, and you guys will all agree with me, this is one more thing that is going to be used to divide us. We can't allow that, folks. We cannot be divided on this at all. That's all I'm saying. So thank you. And I appreciate your guys' respect. That's all. But anyway, moving forward, I just wanted to say that first. This is the last and final part of this interview with the custody queens. There is another one that I do believe has been released. I think it's Crime and Justice put it out. Miss Kim had it on her channel earlier. And we're going to head back into some of the hearings and rewind a little bit. Welcome, Miss Girl. Good to see you. And point out some things that a lot of you that may not have been here have never seen and may have forgotten about. And with the information, this is something I'm basically going to be going back to the beginning of the case again, just so you guys know. And I do this every time we get a lump sum of new information, because things change. They change every time. And I know, Moto, you've been following us for a long time. Eddie's been here with me from day one. You guys, every time I go back to the beginning and start over on this case, do we or do we not find something new again?
We always find something new.
It's every time just about. So that's why we're doing it. So anyway, and for those of you that are just over it and you don't want to see something that was at the beginning, my apologies. I'm telling you, it's worth looking at and listening to, because you're gonna find something, and we may hear something that we either forgot and it's more relevant now than it was then, or even worse. That's all I'm saying. So bear with me, guys, and I appreciate you all being here and supporting. So thank you.
Sometimes I feel like we don't go back far enough.
Right.
Like to the very,
Absolutely.
very beginning.
Absolutely. And then anything you guys want to see. Hey, Brandy, good to see you again. I don't know if you heard me the first time I said it, but good to see you, hon. If there's anything you guys have, something sparks your interest from like 3 years ago, tell me about it. We'll pull it out and talk about it. That's what we do. Welcome, Beth Wagner. Good to see you. So that's another part of what we're going to be doing as well, and we're going to be delving into some specifics in this at some point. And guys, make sure you check out our comment section after the case or after the show or during it, whenever you want to. Miss Jen has been dropping links to the things that we discussed that are involved within the things that we discussed, if that makes any sense to you guys. So you'll be able to pick up on some of the stuff that we look into, some of the sources, things like that. So, and thank you so much, Jen, for doing it the way you do. You're amazing. I appreciate you. Skilla, welcome. Becca, welcome. Turkey Creek, great to see you. Michael 007's in the house. Again, Beth Wagner, if you didn't hear me, welcome. Justice for Maddie, Kaylee, Zana, and Ethan's in the house. Good to see you. Jesse Lynn, I got to say it. Moving forward. Here we go. That's it right there. We can't allow it. They've done it enough. They want it to happen, so we will shut up and go away. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. I can't. So, it is. Which he was. Good to see you. It's interesting how newcomers don't know what we learned and when we learned it and how we learned it. They don't know that MPD told everyone that Dylan's bedroom was, yeah. Sherry Cowan, good to see you. A lot of things like that have happened with you. There's so many things that, okay, let me give you a quick example before we get going. But in the very beginning of this case, the very, very beginning, we were told that the roommates heard nothing, that they had no idea what happened. They heard nothing. They were sound asleep. There was nothing heard, nothing. And we were all like, 4 people were murdered. Are you kidding me? And now at this point now, they heard it all. Go ahead, Eddie. I see you.
Dago,
Unmuted.
yes. And additionally, speaking of back in the day at the Gilters discussions and channels, remember when, the likes of us, the open-minded, if you will,
Yeah.
started asking those questions and started to push hard against that narrative. And then it was the earbuds. They
Oh, yeah.
suggest these, they give these very generous allowances to how come it probably was. And they theorize ridiculous things on every portion of the narrative
Right.
that is being questioned. Just wanted to throw that in there too.
No, it's a great point. I mean, you guys, I went through almost, and I'm sure a lot of you that have been here with me for pretty much the whole time. There's quite a few that have been here for 4 straight years almost, and then some, okay? But here's the thing. A lot of you remember I went through almost a year's worth of blatant and total harassment. And I'm talking bad. It was almost a year, okay? It was nonstop, day after day after day after day. And I know Eddie was here for that, and he stayed out of it, but he remembers it as from somebody that was claiming to be a law enforcement officer, previous law enforcement officer, I should say. Every single day, it was insane because of my beliefs, what I believed I was seeing, which has come to be true for the most part, most of it at that point, and we were just horrible people. Horrible people, because we were asking questions as to why this looks like this. Why is this happening like this? How did this become what it is? How is this okay? And I was attacked. I was ridiculed. Oh, you're missing teeth, and you're old, and you're overweight, and you're this, and you're a liar. And I mean, I was called everything but who I am. I don't think I was ever called by my name. And it was all because of my opinions and because I wanted to ask questions about something that just didn't look right. And here we sit 3.5 years later. Exactly. That's exactly it, Miss Girl. Miss Girl was here. Absolutely. She remembers. It was horrible.
It's tearing down. You have to tear down someone to silence them, to squelch their voice, to minimize them so others won't listen to them, hopefully.
100%.
Them in any way. That's one of the tactics. Yeah, Meanie remembers the earbud thing. It's maddening because no matter, how
it is,
how you come to try to express, in this discussion, the alternate realistic point of view is just gets pushed back with ridiculous excuses.
Yes.
And
Yes.
there's no way to win. It's like, arguing against the wind,
Right. Right.
the brick wall.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was not going to give up. I stood against that and kept going. And I was quiet for a while, quite a while. And then, most of my teams finally like, you need to say something. This is getting ridiculous. So I did, and I had a couple bouts back and forth like a child. I'm not normally the person that will act like that and go back and forth with somebody, but it got old, folks. It got old. It was attacking my personal life, my family, all of that. Okay. Personal things with me. And all because I had an opinion that was different from that person's opinion. Thank you so much, Kawanda, for that. We're all here every day for a reason. We have the same goal. Let's try to assume a righteous intent when there's heated debate. Amen. That's a great point, and I like that, Kawanda, and God bless. Very much appreciated, guys. We're at number 4 out of 5 on our goal already. You guys are amazing, and thank you so very much. So very much. Senor Wazowski's in the house. Good to see. It was not Senor or anybody you guys know now. The person's not around from my understanding anymore, but that's okay. Thank you, Mad Dog. We appreciate that. I even went as far with that person, guys, and I'm not trying to go off track here, but I just want to make a point with this. How bad and horrible that this stuff has gotten to be, okay? Welcome, Anna D. Good to see you. That person went through some horrible stuff, okay? They lost a family member, and oh, hold on a minute. They themselves went through some health issues, and I asked my entire community to pray for his family and his loss, because that's the person I am. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I'm trying to explain to you, it's not that serious. It is not. For us to go at people like that, and anybody that goes through anything like that, we're human beings, folks. We don't have anybody else but ourselves. We have to stand each other up and support each other on a daily basis. Whether we have the same opinions on things or not, I don't care. I don't care if you're blue or red or Democrat that's bullshit to me. That's all stupid that we would fight over things like this when we have nothing else but each other in this life. So remember that, okay? That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. But anyway, I'm going to stop rambling because I know you guys didn't come in here to listen to me preach like, Pastor Dago today. I'm just saying these things are important to remember as we go forward with this, because we've all been through this many times. So
I remember when the drunk turkey guy was a pro burger. He was all for Bryan, and then the minute the what's her face, the Gonzalez woman, the minute that she went on that channel, and I think they actually had police on the channel with her. That the minute that happened, he flipped.
Yeah. It used to be. We used to join each other on each other's shows. Him and I, and we would have very nice, I guess you could put it for lack of better terms, debates about things. Why I believed what I did, why he believed what he did, because he always felt that way to an extent. But he did look at other things, and at that point, like you said, it just all went that direction and never turned around. So
yeah, I'm not knocking anybody. It's just
right. No, I get it.
Some people, everybody has their own opinion, right?
Absolutely. Welcome, Hoffy. And that's the thing, guys. We do live in a country where we have that right to have that opinion, and that's the one thing that I do stand for out here, is that everybody should be able to have their opinions, and they should be able to voice that opinion without being stomped on. And that's why a lot of people come here, because of that. So, Blue Devil, welcome. Good to see you as well. And I don't ever want that to change. Okay, I don't want anybody to be afraid to come into a place where they have to sit on their feelings or not speak on it because they know that somebody's going to go for their throat. That's not okay. There's too many other channels that do that. Way too many other channels.
Well said. That's what I was trying to express.
Of course. And that's the thing, folks. And I don't like I said, as far as this is concerned, I'm not throwing Ann under the bus yet. I'm not going for Ann's throat yet. I have a lot of weird questions, and I'm very uncomfortable with some things I've seen from Ann's side of things, okay? But guess what? I don't know why those things happened. None of us do. And that's what I'm waiting to find out before I make any kind of a formal decision as to what I feel on this. I'm disappointed with some things. If it's true, highly disappointed. But if it's not, which, again, I've explained to you guys what I think about Dr. Turvey, and I have doubts about the possibility of him making things up or lying about things because of who he is and his background. And if he did, that's a really dumb move to do in your position, guys. That's just, that's his career, 30 plus years and everything he's got behind him, to just toss it away because you're going to make up some stuff. That's why I struggle with that so bad. But
you know what? I'm gonna look at it like look at him like he looks at his crime scene. I'm just if he says something that I don't necessarily believe, I'm not gonna toss him out the window. But if he, maybe he has some view or some information on some things that, we might say, holy crap, that makes a lot of sense. But just because he might have an opinion about something that we don't agree with doesn't mean we should just neglect his opinion altogether.
I think that's a good point. I think that's a very good point.
Take all the Ann Taylor stuff and just push it aside, because that's really not what matters right now. That stuff will all come out in the wash.
Right, and that's a good point, dude. That's a good point because it isn't. We can't change that. Okay, that's a great point. Actually, I'm glad you said that, dude. Because here's the thing, let's say some nefarious shit did go down from the defense side of things, right? Guess what? It's done. It happened. It's in the past. Going forward, there's nothing that can be changed about that, unless they find some criminal negligence or something like that on that part. They'll handle it, and then we can go in that direction and we can tear that stuff apart at that time. But at this point, there's nothing showing. So let's give that the chance. Like he said, put it to the side for right now. Let's go forward with what we have and see what we come up with at that point. And then we'll deal with that when that time comes. So I agree with that. That's a good point. Very good point. And I'm not telling you guys, and this is one major thing I want everybody to understand. Please, if you don't hear anything else I say ever, this is the most important thing. Okay? I have my opinions, my feelings, my thoughts, and the way I feel about this, and I always have. And I come out here and talk about it. Moto Man has his, Eddie has his, Lucy has hers, Jesse has hers. We all have our own feelings, and that is what I want you to do. Have your own feelings. Don't just agree with me because you like me. Don't just agree with Eddie because you like him. Make your own decisions and break it down and your own afterthoughts on this of your own. Do your own research. If you don't, I mean, you can listen to me. That's great. I'm glad you're all here to do that. And all of us, listen to all of us, but go look into things. You know what I'm saying? And then make your decisions on it based on your own thoughts. Don't take what we say as 100%, folks. That's all I'm telling you. So that's a very important thing. Welcome, Itty Bitty. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Senor, I did say hi. Noni's in the house. Wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Wonders Deep, great to see you. Lucy's in the house. You got some spalina to do. That was for you, Eddie, of course.
Thank you, Dave.
Of course, sir. Every time, anytime. Coffee Master, good to see you, my friend. Meanie, welcome back. Karmic Retribution's in the house. I did post her link, guys. Make sure you subscribe to her channel as well if you can, please and thank you. I appreciate it. She always puts out some very interesting and amazing content. And I think I've caught up with everybody. If I didn't, I will. I promise you. Once I see you, I will say hi to you. Lucy, don't start with that. We're not going there. Sarge ain't in the house, so let's leave that one go because you'll get me rolling. Welcome, Kim from Typically Unique. Great to see you. Thank you guys for being over there supporting her this morning. Lexi S20, great to see you. Good vibes only. Kim, you're always welcome to join us as well. You know the links there. Moonbreaker, great to see you. Thank you for joining us as well. And Miss Sarah, great to see you. No in stitches. Gotcha. I caught you. I see you. Neighbor, dog mom, good to see you. Dylan's in the house. What's up, Junior? Good to see you, buddy. I'm sure he'll be up here soon, unless he's working. All right.
I actually saw Dylan's video there a couple days ago. I watched it. I thought it was pretty good. He made a really good point, and I've been actually thinking about what he was talking about quite a bit.
Right.
Like, I'm curious. Did anybody ever see if Kaylee had any sort of criminal charges? Because that would make a lot of sense.
We couldn't find any. We looked into it because of the thought process of maybe she got in some trouble, so on and so forth. But I couldn't find anything. Nothing. And I think couple other people on my team were looking, and they didn't find anything either. Welcome, Astastic. Just good to see you. But yeah, I don't think anybody could find anything. Thank you, Jen. There's the link right there for Karmic. Go show her a little bit of love, like she said, and subscribe if you have not yet done it, guys. You're missing out. I'm telling you.
It really makes you think why she wasn't able to pursue that sort of a career, right?
Well, that statement she made, Moto, she had to change her major because she couldn't do the student teaching. There's got to be a basis behind that. Like, why? Why couldn't you do that? You know what I mean? So it made us wonder, quite a few of us, did she get in some kind of trouble? Because we have some teachers in here. I have a couple teachers on my team that are like, there's things that have to happen before you're going to get to the point where you're not allowed to do teaching. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Well, my mother's a teacher. My sister's a teacher. My grandfather was a principal. My uncle was a principal. My aunt was a teacher. So, I mean,
God.
I guess I could ask one of them, but I don't really know.
Good point. Good point. Dude, you must have had a rough life having all them teachers around here. That can't be fun.
My mom taught at the same school I went to. It was kind of embarrassing.
I know somebody that went through. I dated a girl whose mother was the principal, and she hated it so bad. She hated it so bad. And that's kind of where I was at with that, Karmic, too. Possibly something. You know what I mean? Like that. And that would be interesting. That could play into this, folks, in the end of the things. You know what I mean? Real quick, though, Miss Kawanda, being so generous as she is, just dropped 5 new memberships in the house, 5 new meatballs. And it looks like Hoppy received one. Good vibes only. Terry Dawn, Itty Bitty Poop. And Alicia Quintero, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Wonderful to have these new meatballs joining us. And thank you so much, Kawanda. Always so generous and very much appreciated, dear. Saudad, welcome to you. Good to see you. Lenny Briscoe's in the house. Love the name. Always have. If I missed you guys, please don't take it personal. I will catch up. 280 peeps in the house, guys. And we got 118 likes. Please make sure to hit that like button, please, and thank you. I appreciate that so very much. And here we are. All right. And we're clear down here at the end, so there won't take long for this. And then we're going to jump into these hearings that I want you guys to see and break down with me too. There's some things that are said in these hearings. I was watching them yesterday and 3 days ago, and got me stumped. Good to see you. And it's interesting. You can actually see. And that's one of the things I'm going to point out, is watching Ann Taylor, what I call her transformation, for lack of better terms. She truly and honestly does completely change. It's crazy. So on we go. Moving forward.
Any of those murder weapons?
The autopsy report.
By the way, this is where we left off. What is today? Friday, Wednesday night, Wednesday afternoon, right here in the same spot. I just froze it and locked it down. So right where we left off, here we go.
Okay.
The state's own autopsy reports come to these conclusions. This isn't me. I didn't do the examination. The autopsy reports make it very clear. Multiple methods of killing, multiple weapons.
And as we do that, I'm going to back that up, play that again, because that's a big point with this case that we've all talked about right here.
Podcaster. And I don't do that.
I can say, Dr. Turvey, that I appreciate your candor, because it's allowing us to really understand what is factually significant and what isn't. And that's an important distinction for us to make.
Yeah.
And you mentioned a little bit earlier, you were talking about the fact that there's evidence of multiple weapons in a blunt object. So
yeah.
Can we talk about that a little bit? What factual evidence really, what direct evidence at the scene supports that? Because we don't have any of those murder weapons.
The autopsy reports.
Okay.
The state's own autopsy reports come to these conclusions. This isn't me. I didn't do the examination. The autopsy reports make it very clear. Multiple methods of killing, multiple weapons.
I think that's very interesting coming from him as well. Something we've talked about: multiple methods of killing, meaning different types of ways that their death was caused, and multiple weapons. And according to the state, welcome, Brooke, good to see you. And according to the state, it was one man with one weapon, and he killed all four of them in that period of time. It's never made sense to me. And it's a K-bar, mind you. A K-bar is a 7-inch by maybe 1.75-inch blade. It's like this long and that wide, if that, okay? Did all that damage. I've never believed that. And there's your proof. And it's in the autopsy reports, as he's stating as well, which I believe he's seen a little bit more on the autopsies than we have, unfortunately. So, onward.
The state's own autopsy reports. The state's own medical examiner would have been a key witness for the defense.
And multiple stabbing weapon.
That's right. One that's one-sided and one that's dagger, which has got two sides.
Did anybody test or?
Oh, he's saying one that's one-sided, and then one that is a double-sided blade, I'm guessing. Now, I still think, and I always have thought from the beginning of this case, that this is probably one of the main weapons used, because it just makes sense to me. Okay? A machete is what this is, for those of you that aren't familiar. I swear to God, there's multiple things in this. Even looking at the damage done to the furniture in the bedroom, it makes more sense to me. And it's a wider blade. You can reach out and hit somebody without being close to them and cause these injuries. It's always been one of my main things, believing that this is one of the main weapons. I'll just tell you. And again, you don't have to believe it, because I do. So,
or try to determine whether a K-bar knife was one of the weapons?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, we see a lot about the sheath. You can do testing. You can determine that.
And mind you, I do need to remind you guys, there's photographs out there of them messing around with like machetes and things like that. So it's not like they didn't have access to these weapons. Anybody did. Because you guys know as well as I do that I believe this is somebody that knew them. Okay? I definitely believe it's somebody that knew them, knew the inside of the house, and knew it very well. And knew them very well. So.
No, you can't. That's TV and movie bullshit.
Did you say something, Eddie? No.
No.
Sorry. Yeah, that exactly, Meanie. The gash and the slice in the side of Xana's mattress and her sheet and so on and so forth. It's like this big, folks. That's not done by a K-bar knife. And it's a clean cut in and out. There's no tearing or anything. It's just like somebody stabbed it and pulled it out. It's not a K-bar knife. They did that. I'm telling you right now.
You can't. You can determine depth of the injury. You can determine width of the injury, but you can't. You can eliminate knives, but you can't usually confirm what knife was used or not. But I can tell you this much. Let me say it a different way that you're not going to like. There's no evidence that a K-bar.
I didn't get a chance to, Michelle, if I'm correct. I did look into part of that. If you want to resend that to me, please do, because I have so much that comes in that things get lost and overlap sometimes, and I do lose out because I'm dealing with everything. So please resend that to me if you can, so that I can look into a little bit deeper and note it down, please. And welcome, Sylvia.
Bar knife was used in the commission of these crimes, other than the sheath, which was directly deposited. But that does not mean a K-bar knife was used to inflict those wounds. And I, by the way, pretty sure I'm the only person in this case who's actually worked a case involving a K-bar murder, a murder with a K-bar knife. It was an ex-Marine in what was it, Vista, California, who I worked on this case where he killed 3 people, all of them who were customers of his daughter, who lived in the same apartment complex. She was working in the temporary companionship business, and she had one guy she was sleeping with and 2 guys in the waiting room. And the father came over and killed them all. And he did it in a way that was just incredible. He came in and he did the classic kill move where he raises the arm up and he cuts it under here and he stabs him in the liver and the vital organ. It was very the execution was systematic and deliberate, and across all three cases was the same. And it was with a K-bar. And he took the K-bar and he dumped it in the ocean. They went.
Are there specific characteristics then that a K-bar knife would leave that you did not see here? Or are we back in the TV realm?
This is a TV thing. This is something you guys have been watching on CSI your whole life, and you think you can drop clay or some liquid material that solidifies and you get the knife that comes. That's not a real thing. TV is lying to you. Just remember that all the time to get you to believe things that aren't true, so that you will, so that they can fill gaps in their bad writing.
That's just another representational of how juvenile this investigation was. They said it was a K-bar immediately based on the fact that they found the sheath. Like you couldn't have it, and the way it was just spread with people like Brian Enton and just put in front of the news and put in front of people every single day to the point that they believe it. And that was, again, one of the first things we're like, they've never even claimed to have believed they found the weapon. And it's very clear there was multiple weapons, but based on the signature.
Let me put it another way. The judge in this case put a gag order in place to prevent the prosecution from doing what it did, which is to go to the press directly or indirectly and start trying the case in the press, because they knew they didn't have it. This case was tried in the press, and to his credit, the judge tried very hard to prevent that from happening. And that's on all of us to make sure that we don't, to go back to the leak, or actually to come full circle now to the leak that's being investigated. We have a responsibility to keep that information confidential prior to trial, prior to public disclosure, right? To make sure that people don't get tried in the press. All right. So somebody wanted to make sure that this case was tried in the press long before a trial occurred, so that to tamper with the jury, to poison it.
Did the leak, and I think we're talking about the Dateline leak, did that harm the defense?
Oh, I don't see how it couldn't. It harmed the ability of Bryan Kohberger to get a fair trial, because the leak was done in such a way to provide material that was harmful to Bryan Kohberger. All right. So, obviously, when the investigation took place, I was like, of course I did. Why wasn't the leak? And I signed the affidavit.
So the leak, I see a couple questions about it, and they're explaining it right now. The leak is something that happened because of the Dateline episode that came out, the final Dateline episode that was released, right? I want to say it was July 15th, literally right before the trial was supposed to start, okay? I think. Don't quote me on the date. I might be wrong. But it's very close to that. No, I think it was July 1st. I think that was the date. Okay, so anyway, when they released that, there were things in there that nobody would have known. Nobody could have known. Okay, so therefore, in turn, that information had been leaked to the producer of Dateline. They had a hearing, thank you, Lucy, May 9th, or May 25th. May 9th of 25, my apologies. Okay, there we go. So I was way off. But anyway, it was in the summer. I'll say that, okay? But again, it came out conveniently right before the trial was going to start. Once again, more propaganda to try to make people believe that Bryan was guilty, as what it did. And everything that came out in that was not supposed to be released. It was mostly all stuff. They had personal information from Bryan's phone, everything, guys. So it was definitely leaked. Then they had a hearing. Judge Hippler pretended to be angry about it, as I say. I'm pretty sure he wasn't really truly that upset, but that's my opinion.
Thank you for saying that. Remember how they impressed on the public that he was pissed?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, remember? I think that was the show.
Yeah, they had to, ensure that they conveyed that out there.
Yeah, they had to make it look good. Yes, agreed. 100%. I do not believe he was that upset, to be honest with you folks. I think he was all about it. So therefore, again, and then they dropped two documents. One went to the prosecution, one went to the defense. And basically, the way the one that read, they were almost the same. They were slightly different in ways. If I remember correctly, the one that went to the prosecution basically said, get your shit together. I know this came from you or your side of things somewhere over there. So you need to clean it up and figure it out. And then the defense's was keep your shit together, dot your I's, cross your T's, and protect your things so that this doesn't happen with you is basically what it said. So they never accused the defense of this back then. If anything, the prosecution was the one that was being accused of it per se, or law enforcement on that side of the state, guys. So, and then this was the amazing thing to me. He then turns and tells the person that he basically accuses of being responsible, or somebody close to him responsible for the leak, and tasks him with getting a special prosecutor to investigate this, which was the biggest ball of bullshit I've ever seen in my life. So you're going to put him in charge of finding somebody to investigate him. Okay. Yeah, I got you there, Steve. Good job. So that's what it was all about. That's how it went down and why it happened. It was ridiculous. It was a lot of bullshit. There was personal information that came from Bryan's side of things. Lucy says all the stuff that was false facts in that Dateline special is 100% the same bad facts that the G family were sharing the entire time. So we know where that came from too. So that should tell you right there some of that part of it. Okay, there was multiple people involved in the leak, in my opinion, but that's a good point. So for anybody who didn't understand the leak, that's what that's all about. No problem, Karmic. Thank you. What's the truth? I talked to someone that still says one can do it all. And I respect that if that's the belief. I talked to a military friend of mine that is a police officer now. I've referred to him many times. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't. He said there's no way one person can control 4 people in a house that size and kill all 4 of them without somebody doing something, getting out, retaliating, something. He said there's just no way, not with that little ass knife. He just doesn't believe it. So, but I respect anybody that thinks it can be done. Not with the, now he said if everybody was sound asleep, then yeah, possibly, but they weren't. That's where the problem lies with that, folks. They weren't asleep. And if they were all sound asleep or passed out or drugged or whatever, or held at gunpoint, I'll say that. Yeah, that's a different story. That's exactly what my buddy Jeff said. Not the person you think. Somebody I've known a long time, but he was military, special forces. He's a police officer now, so on and so forth, all of that stuff. And he was like, dude, that is insane. There's no way unless they were being, like I said, they were either sound asleep, being held at gunpoint, or drugged. That's the only way he believes that they could do that in that period of time without defending themselves. Any of that stuff couldn't happen. So, but that's again, that's a different, everybody has different opinions. So on we go.
Affidavit, and was happy to do that, would have been happy to testify about it. But because that's the onus, that's the responsibility, is not to be a leak, not to provide confidential information, especially when a judge gives an order, you got to follow it. But there's no way that this did not impact a potential trial or his ability to get a fair trial. And that would be the intent. But that does not mean that the source of the leak was the prosecution.
Are we going to leave it there?
I was like, it's public knowledge. It's public knowledge. We've all read it online. We've pretty much seen it everywhere. It's public knowledge that Ann Taylor is being investigated as a potential.
And she's not the only one, though. With the criminal investigation going on, I should have clarified that too. Everybody's being investigated. She's just being investigated as well. The administrative investigation has been done. It's over. It's closed. It's sealed. Locked away. The criminal investigation that's now in play is going on as we speak. And it's the defense, Ann Taylor's office, the prosecutor's office, law enforcement, anybody involved is being investigated as we speak in the criminal side to this. So it's not just Ann. The way that some people are putting it out there is that it's all Ann's office, and that's not true. So
leaker.
Well, her office in general, but then her in specific, I imagine. But let's put it another way. There are 2 investigations. I think people are conflating these. It's really weird how, to me, just how uninformed people are and how confident they are stating things that are just not true, that they don't understand, and blasting them to the world. Let's make this clear and make it easy for your listeners to understand. First, after the Dateline leak, there was an administrative investigation by the court at the direction of the judge, all right, to find out who that leak was. An administrative investigation. Okay, that's investigation number 1. That investigation.
They are alumni, my boys. Yes, absolutely. My understanding is both of them are. I'm not 100% sure if it's both Idaho, but they're both alumni, like college elites. Yes, and I've heard that story about the golfing thing too.
Investigation was completed, a report was filed, and that file was sealed. Okay? You can see it in the documents. It's a sealed file. It's public. It's public that it's there and sealed. Then, and I thought that was it. I thought it was all done. Then in January, I got contacted by the Ada County Sheriff Department, a guy who said, I'm a detective and I have, I'm in charge of, me and 2 other officers are in charge of conducting a criminal investigation into the NBC data leak. So this is a second separate criminal investigation. The first one was administrative. It had a result and it's sealed. Now they're doing a separate criminal investigation. And I don't know when they started that, but they contacted me in January. Then, most interestingly, and I didn't respond, by the way, I didn't respond to that. And I have no intention of responding to it. I wouldn't talk to the police without a subpoena and a defense attorney with me. Just because I don't trust the process in Idaho at this moment.
I was just gonna say, especially not in Idaho.
No, well, in this context, I don't trust them because I don't know what their goal or their intentions are. All right. So Ann Taylor contacts me about 6 weeks later, giving me permission to talk to the police. This is a red flag for me, like a burning, bright, screaming red flag, because the first thing I did was contact my clients and say, hey, I've been asked by my attorney client in this case, my former attorney client in this case, to speak freely with the police about the leak. They're going to ask me questions about everything. All that'll do is just violate the privilege top to bottom. And she goes, every single attorney, I talked to 3 of them. They're all top-notch attorneys. They said, do not talk to the police. You're going to be out hanging out there to dry while Ann Taylor has invited you to violate the privilege that she has with Bryan Kohberger, which I would not do. So I didn't respond to her either, but she gave me permission to do it. What should have happened from any ethical defense attorney is that she should have put herself between the police and any of her experts being spoken to and said, you may talk to me and ask me questions, but you will not talk to my experts. That's what she should have done. Instead, she said, hey, go ahead and talk to him. Say whatever you want. Are you out of your mind? You think I'm going to do that? No way. Then they contacted me again about 4 weeks ago, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago, saying, hey, we're still interested in doing an interview. It was just really casual, like I'm their buddy. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. So that investigation is still ongoing. That criminal investigation is ongoing. But understand this, they concluded their administrative investigation and filed a report. That signifies to me, and should signify to anybody with a brain, that they know who the leak is.
We'll take that as a spot to stop real quick. That's an interesting statement. I do agree with the statement he just made. What should have happened there is exactly what he said. And I think we've seen it in other cases. When there's any type of an investigation, the attorney should get in between. You protect the experts because that's, just like anything else, you should protect them and say, hey, you can talk to me. You don't need to bother with them. I do agree with that. Why she did that, I don't know. There may be another reason.
Why she did what?
Hold on 1 second. I'll explain that next. There may be another reason. It could be because they didn't want to speak to her. They had already spoken to her and they wanted to hear what the experts had to say. She should have halted that. I agree with that. And that's why what I was saying, Eddie, is why she told the police that they can talk to the experts and then told the experts to go ahead and talk to them. I find that a little off-putting, just a little, because I felt like,
well, you're running with it as though it's truth. We don't know that.
I believe that.
All we
I
have
believe
is
that.
just hearsay. It's just.
I believe that. I do, because he's not going to make a statement about that, the police and that situation. If they didn't contact him, he wouldn't make it, because again, that's another statement he can be sued over and get in trouble for lying about if it was not true. So that point, I do
would have
believe.
to disagree with that.
Okay, that's fine.
But yeah, I mean, well, if he's compromised, he would say that.
I don't know. I don't know, because here's the thing. If okay, let's say for instance that wasn't true, okay, and law enforcement comes forward and says, "Why are you telling people that we contacted you when we haven't even spoke to you?" So on and so forth. That could cause some serious problems for him. I just can't believe he would make that statement if it wasn't true. That's all. And I understand. Like I said, I respect your feelings on it, but I
I mean,
completely feel different on that one.
I mean, what has gotten us to where we are over these many years is we don't take things at face value and accept what we're told as truth. Can you imagine where we would be if we did that?
Well, it depends on who it comes from. That's the difference with that, in my opinion. Most people,
we don't know
you
this
are
guy.
correct.
No one knows him personally. And it's just one side of a story. And that story will never be able to be confirmed one way or the other.
Well, again,
and if this thing is as deep as it is, then anything is possible. There's no way he'll ruin his career, be maligned. He's on the winning side. There's no repercussions for saying all these things.
Well, we will see that though, because if she does come forward, like I said, the fallout from this, and says, "Hold on, that never happened. I never told him to do that."
By then, it'll have been repeated so many times. Like all propaganda, if it's repeated enough, and people will bounce from, this podcast to the next, and that will be the popular message, the truth that's being put out there, spoken as though it's truth, without like a cautionary, well, it's just his point of view, and don't run too far with that. But to say it as a truth, people listen to what we say. So we have no idea what the truth is on that. That's how I come and approach, this interview.
And I can understand that. Mountain Man said, "What would be his reason to lie?" Here's my thing. Here's my thing with this.
How can I explain that? What would be Payne's reason to lie? I mean, how far do you want to go with that? What could be anyone's reason to lie that have been caught in a lie? Although they didn't come out and say they lied, it's just us knowing that they did after so many days, weeks, months, years have passed, and we finally discovered it on our own. I don't know what the reason is. How deep does this thing go? What is behind all this? That's the question. It's a very good question, Mountain Man. I don't know why he would lie. We weren't there. Is he compromised somehow? That would explain it in a general sense, not in, given specifics. We'll never know.
If that's the case, he's playing both sides. And
well, yeah, because you got to make it
deal with.
Yeah, and that's clever because you got to sell it good.
And hopefully that's something that we'll be able to find out here. I really do. I would like to see Ann make some kind of, I don't want to say retaliatory, but some type of a standing statement against some of this stuff to see what's what. Truly and honestly, I would.
I hope nobody says anything until there's a trial or the case goes any further, because, well, like I said before, we're going to get the answer when the truth comes out in the wash, right? So she'd actually probably better just hold her cards back and speak on what she really needs to speak on to get the actual truth out there.
And I feel as an attorney that it would be wise, again, to hold back to a certain point. I guess I'm trying to say till a certain point, I should say. But I think at some point it'll have to be done, because if everybody, is looking down on her and she's being investigated along with everybody else, mind you, something's going to come out I hope, within that investigation. Like you said, come out in the wash. And if that's the case, then hopefully that would set all this straight, I guess you could say, whichever way it is. If Ann comes forward and says, "Yep, I did say that for this reason," and a lot of the other things he said for that reason, I'm hoping that will square this off. But at the same time, I hope she gives the reasons why she did it. So That's kind of my thoughts on that.
I guess if she ever did, my concern is if she ever does come out and say that, by that time, how much time has passed and how many times has it been imprinted in people's minds that she told him, go ahead and say whatever you want to say. Then people are going to be so skeptical and not accepting of what she says. And now it is a he said, she said, but he's got the upper hand because he's got the many, many months of everyone impressing it and reaffirming it into the other in these echo chambers, if you will, that he, why would he lie?
I understand what you're saying, Eddie, and that's why even at the start of this, I suggest, let's just leave whatever it is that they have to say about each other or their legal stance on this particular situation. I'm not saying don't question it. Well, what I'm saying is wait until we get a response from the other side to really see what bears the fruit.
Yeah, because it's so rash for me to just take what he's saying. I don't know. I've never, all I've seen from Ann and company is professionalism. They have never once acted in an unprofessional way. This guy, absolute opposite.
And I completely understand that. And you're not wrong to see it that way because, don't get me wrong. Yeah, he does come off a bit of a douche, right? You can't say that he doesn't. But at the same time, it's like, you know what? You got to leave these two to fight their own battle. You can't really listen to what he says and take it to heart for what it is. I understand you that whatever he says here is an echo chamber, through all the YouTube channels, through the media. And yeah, that's what everybody's first impression is going to be, right? Just like in this case, everybody's first impression was Bryan's guilty. Yeah. One side has their echo chamber and, Dago's right. It's going to split the community down the middle. The other side's going to have their own echo chamber. So I think honestly, the best, remedy for this is just to instead keep repeating the situation because that's probably what they want, is if we just leave that whole battle alone and not be the echo chamber, if that makes any sense.
I know what you're saying. I do. I agree with that. Yeah, it's going to be hard, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, and I don't want to continue to run this portion of the discussion into the ground, but just to emphasize, I'm just not willing to take what he says as truth or fact.
Are you talking
I'm not
about,
saying it's not. I just can't run with it as though
are you talking about his analysis of the crime scene, or are you talking about his version of events between him and Ann Taylor?
Well, I guess the whole thing in general, but yeah, a lot of the stuff between him and Ann Taylor. I know the last time we were together and had part two, he and I never chimed in. The panel was, just so many people. It's hard sometimes to stop everywhere and share thoughts. But he said Ann didn't want to go to trial. And I don't believe that. Not that it matters, but he's saying a lot of things as fact that we can't, there's no way to prove.
Oh, and you're absolutely right. I wish I could completely, understand and fully know the truth behind that. But you know what? There's no way for me to know, or for you to know, or for Dago to know, or for the community to know really what the true facts of the matter are, because we really don't know. He doesn't even know. He said that he asked 3 times and got 3 different answers. That doesn't mean that just because I listened to him say that doesn't mean I'm taking a side. It doesn't mean that anybody's taking a side. But, so take that statement from him as you will. So I'm not going to pay attention to what he has to say about the situation between him and Ann Taylor. That's between him and Ann Taylor. That's not between us and them.
I
And
think the
I
biggest
understand that you're like you're saying, it's creating an echo chamber, 100%. So you know what? In order to, fight against the echo chamber is just not to participate in it.
and that part of it, yeah. No, I understand what you mean. I think the biggest reason why it's so difficult for people is because of the reason why he's proclaiming that he's doing this, and that is to support the fact that Bryan is innocent in this, basically. That there's a lot of exculpatory evidence that points to the fact that he didn't do this. Whoever Beef Supreme is backstage, if you're definitely newer, I request that you show your face backstage so that I can ensure that you're going to show your face and not your waist when you come up on panels. So please, if you will, I would greatly appreciate that, my friend.
Especially with a name like Beef Supreme. Come on now.
100%, yeah. So if you could do that, it'd be appreciated. If not, my apologies. I just can't take that chance, my friend. So anyway, that's kind of my thought. Like, I think that's why it's so difficult for people to just take it and they want to believe in it because of the reason why he's stating why he's doing this, because he came out right and said, this is all bullshit. This shouldn't have happened. I see this, this, and this, and it should have been dealt with. And that's where this is all coming from, I believe, because now if he would have came forward and said, I saw this and this, that, and everything else, Bryan's guilty. Of course, everybody'd be shredding him right now, 100%, just like they have with everybody. But it's a different scenario here, and that's very hard to deal with. That's what the waters are very touchy with this one.
You know what? And if everything that he says I agree with, then you know what? Honestly, you gotta be wary of that too.
Oh, sure.
Because is he just saying it because he knows we all listen to it and we know we have a similar opinion, and he's just capitalizing off of it? So you always gotta have an open mind, and you always have to listen and do your best and question to what somebody's saying.
Right. 100%. Absolutely. Moving forward.
And they're not going after their own people. They're going after somebody in Ann Taylor's office.
That would be my guess, because they got the administration, they got the person they believe, and now they're doing a subsequent follow-up independent investigation to make sure that they're going to get the same finding is what I would presume.
Doing an interview, just really casual, like I'm their buddy, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. So that investigation is still ongoing. That criminal investigation is ongoing. But understand this, they concluded their administrative investigation and filed a report. That signifies to me, and should signify to anybody with a brain, that they know who the leak is. And they're not going after their own people. They're going after somebody in Ann Taylor's office.
That would be my guess, because they got the administration, they got the person they believe.
This is an interesting point to me, too. If this is true, is it possible that somebody in Ann's office went rogue and started dumping stuff left and right that maybe believes Bryan's guilty, that wanted to throw this all out there? Sure. I mean, happened in the Delphi case. We saw all that actually went down with that whole thing. But do I believe it? I don't think so. But I don't know. I don't know.
Just to illustrate, though, in fairness, use that same argument here, which is, but why would that person do that? They would ruin their own career. It doesn't make sense.
The same thing with what Turvey is doing, though, too, Eddie. If you see it, it goes the same way both sides.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that's the go-to, if you will, way to validate and accept as truth everything he's saying. That's the counter argument to that, which is not an argument. That's not a valid argument. That's my point, because he's saying, the leak is in Ann Taylor's office. So why would one of her, people that is working on the case under her do that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I guess
he said her office, and
I don't think good for the gander.
I don't think that means, like, per se, one of the attorneys. It could be like a clerk in the office that was dumping stuff to get paid. You know what I mean? Something like that. It could be too. which has happened, like in Delphi, it happened. A couple different other cases I've seen. I don't believe that's the answer here. I'm just saying I think that's what he's referring to per se. I don't think like Vic Aberlo, definitely no. Eliza Massif, no. Jay Lawson, no. Ann Taylor, no. None of them. I don't believe would ever do that. Now, somebody that's working in the office that was offered here's 10 grand if you can give me this, this, and this. Absolutely. People do everything for money. I do believe it is possible. I don't think it happened because I definitely feel like, based on other information that was given at that point, that it did come from the state side of things, in my opinion. Okay. So I think if he's saying that he thinks that's where it is, I don't believe that at all. I'll say that. But it is possible. Go ahead, bud. I thought you were going to say something.
Yeah, I guess without exploring the who, just in general. I mean, so even that person, the secretary or the person that works in the office, the same. My point is the same argument could be made for that. Like, why would that person do it then? I mean, it still doesn't explain.
For money.
No, it still doesn't. To my point is, people say that with Dr. Turvey is, why would he lie about anything?
Is that Kane?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, bud. I just couldn't.
It's too confusing. Let's just move forward.
I get it, Eddie. I understand what you mean. I do.
Yeah, it's never mind. Zip it. Move on.
It's good. It's good.
No. Eddie's got a great point there. He's a Muppet. I haven't watched as much as I'd like to, Diego. I caught enough of your show to know that you at least know about the Memphis 3, okay? And what a scumbag this guy is. And he is coming out here, tearing apart both sides, and he's going to tear up and down, and has presented everything as much as she could. And she was literally shot down at every stage of the way. They didn't stand a chance.
We all agree on that. Yeah, for sure.
Without a doubt. And, Eddie's got a great point. Why should we trust him all of a sudden? You know what I'm saying?
I completely understand your guys' feelings on it. Like I said, it's the way that he's doing it is what's causing everybody to feel the way they do, in my opinion. You're coming forward with the narrative that you're pointing out that there was corruption, that Bryan shouldn't have been convicted, blah, blah, blah. So you're getting that attention to those people. And then you're putting out this information, and you could be playing both sides, truly and honestly. And I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm just saying it is something that does happen and has happened before and could happen. People believe that with Chris Whitcomb too, that he's playing both sides. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at, they're both feds, dude. And here, another thing that made me suspicious about the custody queens is also the fact that going into this, they knew that Whitcomb had said, I'm not gonna say why Bryan took the plea deal, but two things happened in the last 48 hours that forced him into it. I will let Turvey, his best buddy, go ahead and tell you guys that. And they never even asked the question, despite you might have seen my chats as Jason Jensen there posing the question out just in case they forgot, which I know they didn't. And now,
won't answer. He won't answer that.
Well, I mean, at least ask the question. I mean, he answered a lot of things and here's another thing. When he was like, I have 25 things that are wrong with the case. Why ask just the top 3? You know what I'm saying? Let's get all 25. Let's get that list out there. All of a sudden we change the topic to the ping pong table again. And it's like, I don't know.
I thought I remember they did ask at some point, and he just kind of walked around it and moved on to something different.
I don't remember hearing that.
I might be wrong. This is Kane.
Yeah, no, they definitely did ask him about the ping pong table, and he said that it wasn't really worth his time.
He blew that off. Yeah.
Which I feel that the beer pong table was a little bit more important than he alluded to. First of all, you have diluted blood on it. You have it being moved and Bethany hearing the noise and this and that. So it does have some implications, but both of them want us to focus on different things that we're focusing on. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, 100%. They're going in different directions too, which is in some things, which is a little weird. I agree with that. Hey, Glitch, good to see you, Audrey. It's a broken system and can't really trust anyone. Someone around her could have independently set up a leak. Agreed. That's exactly what happened in the Delphi case. That's why I'm saying it's very plausible that it could have come from her office and she didn't know. It could have been anybody. But Eddie's point that he's making is, why would they do that? They could lose their job, so on and so forth. Money. If somebody says, I'll give you $10,000 just to give me this and that, and people think they're untouchable at some time, that they could get away with it and nobody will ever know.
People it's either that or a job.
Or yeah. Hi, Audrey, it's good to see you. I'm so proud of you. The other thing is who's to say, further to Eddie's point, is that he and Ann aren't working together. It does have a bad look with him kind of tearing her down, but who's to say that it's not a part of the plan, that he's, this is trying to get the ineffective counsel.
Somebody else sent me that, and said, what if this is an entire show that's being put on right now to make something happen, to flip this upside down, that all these people are acting this way on purpose, including Turvey and Ann and Whitcomb and all that, because they have some background plan going on. I mean, sure, anything's possible, guys. It could be. They could all be together to make something happen, to flip this. Okay, I get that, and I've even mentioned that before, that's a thought, but we don't know. That's the problem. We're not gonna know if we do know, ever. That's all.
Well, I mean, look at Turvey himself. Okay, he's in a Macbeth outfit. He's got the skull on the shelf. He's got the red theater drapes behind him. The guy's an actor, right? Straight out of Central Casting, dude. Everything that he's saying is scripted. Is my point.
I understand what you mean, 100%. I mean, he does have credentials, and they're all verifiable. But I see what you mean. I do. Hey, Perspective, good to see you.
Just a thought.
Mac can't. And I understand. Thanks for joining us up here. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me, bro.
Yeah. Is there anything else you were saying, Eddie, before we go forward?
No, thank you.
All right, on we go.
Even now they're doing a subsequent follow-up independent investigation to make sure that they're going to get the same finding, is what I would presume.
No, that's not it at all. It's exactly the opposite. Nope. You got to understand. Okay. Does everybody here know what the Garrity rule is? No. So
we're about to.
You either know what the Garrity rule is or you don't. It's not a little bit. You can't.
We're about to know. You're going to let us know.
You've heard of it. Okay. All right. Well, the Garrity rule says that you can't use the result of an administrative investigation in a criminal investigation. So if you want to conduct a criminal investigation into an administrative finding, you have to conduct law enforcement agency has to conduct their own separate investigation, conduct their own interviews, collect their own evidence, and do their own stuff.
All right, I'll show you real quick just so everybody does know. The Garrity rights protect public employees from being compelled to incriminate themselves during investigatory interviews conducted by their employers. This protection stems from the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which declares that the government cannot compel a person to be a witness against him or herself. For a public employee, the employee is the government itself. So just to give you guys a little bit of a basic knowledge on what that truly is, not just hearing it from him. So there you go. On we go.
That's the Garrity rule. All right. So this comports with the Garrity rule, which is one is administrative and they come to a finding, and then one is criminal, and it's church and state. They can't meet oil and water. Otherwise, there is a component. Garrity argues there's a component of coercion on the part of the state to investigate its own people and blah, blah, blah. I've written about it quite a bit. It's actually pretty interesting, but most people don't really understand that. In fact, not only that, but most people in law enforcement don't understand. I've worked cases where I've not worked. I am aware of cases where.
Winging it every day. Welcome. Who's attacking anybody's appearance?
He literally, I'm sorry.
No, I must have missed that. I didn't see it, but
I didn't see it either.
if anybody did, like, yeah, we definitely shouldn't be doing that. But
Yeah,
I didn't see
please.
that. If it happened, I'm sorry.
Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. He literally mentions the Memphis Three himself, which I
he
found.
was involved in the case. Yeah.
But he got those 3 off that were guilty that basically raped kids and unalived kids. Pretty disgusting. I'm not as familiar with the case, to be honest with you. I'm kind of parroting JJ on that one, but
Have you followed that at all? Because I have an opposing opinion on that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. You probably know. You're probably more informed on that than I am. But let's look at this. The all of a sudden now finding the leaker is the big to do. When we had the person that released the footage from inside the prison that is basically let go, and you want to talk about money? Somebody got paid for that. Why was it so important for them? I feel like it was important for them to show us, first of all, that he was in prison, which I guess we've only seen one other time with Epstein, right? I can't think of another case where
doesn't happen very often. No.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, think about it. You don't. Once they're gone, they're gone. But
nothing was done about that either. Once again, pointing back to
right. And here's the thing about the leak. Yeah. If they had a problem with the leak, that MSNBC television show was advertised for months before it aired. Why not stop it from airing?
Well, they didn't know what was going to be in it, I don't think, until after. But here's the thing: they should have went after you can't go after the production company, I think, and I think it has to do with, like, the reporters are allowed to do what they want in some senses, I guess.
First Amendment kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's ridiculous the way it's allowed, but
well,
none of that should have been allowed.
If you want me to suddenly believe that MSNBC or NBC or whatever suddenly has all this fortuitiveness that they're not going to reveal their sources. Give me a freaking break, you know. I mean, they've been lying to us down the road for decades now, and you know, just go to MSNBC. Who gave you this information? You know, and they did it with AT&T. They did it with every other company. I mean, I'm starting to believe that this is honestly a big infomercial for companies like Othram and you know, whatever names have popped up. I mean, do you see it? It's honestly, there's no answers with anything. Nothing makes any sense. All we do is get company names.
Right. Yeah.
Which is, I mean, kind of wild when you think about it at first, but then when you assimilate it, it makes perfect sense.
Right. I get it. And that nothing happened. That person, they said, resigned. Okay. And therefore, in turn, because they resigned, there were no consequences, which is an absolute full bowl of bullshit to me. That shouldn't be able to be what it is. They should still be prosecuted for doing what they did.
Yes,
that's my opinion.
Exactly. And up till a month ago, really nobody cared about the leak. And then all of a sudden, when Turvey's mouth starts running, then we got to go find the person that did it. Like, what the?
Well, it's been very quiet. That's a fact. And, you know, people wanted answers on it, but nobody's getting any. So now all of a sudden, yeah, I agree that has been a little bit probed a little bit more now that this has happened than it was. It was quiet for a while. So I agree with that too. But
the more people like Turvey that start talking about the leak and stuff, the quieter the courts are going to get. So the less we're going to hear because they don't want us looking at their shit.
Good point. On we go.
Old-timey gold
like, let's say, in my hometown of Sitka, there was
Lucy's
jail officer named Stephen Case, and he was found to have beaten the crap out of a drunk female while she was handcuffed to a wall in the prison lockup. So they interviewed him. They took the video recordings of the jail and they fired him. And then the state troopers came in and criminally prosecuting them using the evidence from the administrative file.
Just letting you guys know, I'm letting this play. I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Well, he filed a lawsuit saying that this was a violation of Garrity. He won. He won about $400,000, or no, either $200,000 or $400,000. I can't remember. But then he started the Subway in town. He got a Subway franchise out of it. All right, not because he was innocent, but because they had investigated it wrong and screwed it up, so he could never actually be criminally held liable, because they used the administrative evidence against him for the criminal part. Okay, and this is a context that's repeated all over the country. If the people that are involved are ignorant of the Garrity rule, does that help?
Yeah, no, I think that's what I was saying. I think we just said it wrong. 2 separate investigations to get to ultimately the same conclusion, but they cannot rely on what the other
That's right.
investigation used. Yeah.
That's right. That's it. Exactly right. Well, I got to be honest. I know it sounds like I'm sure the people who don't know me think I'm an asshole for being this way, but
I don't know. You're pretty popular in the comments here.
well, we'll see. We'll see if that lasts. But the point is, the job is about language. The job is about specifics. The job is about being clear, and the job is about using the right words, because these words have consequence. They have meaning. They have weight. All right. So it's very much important that we use the right language, because guess what's going to happen? One of the funnest things one of the most interesting things I think that's going to happen as a result of this podcast is that there are going to be people who will repeat from this podcast things incorrectly, inaccurately, and craft it into their own narrative. And they'll misquote Ron, Sam, me, they'll misquote whoever they need to, just because they're getting it wrong, because in their mind they hear one thing and then they convert it into something else that fits their narrative. And then, it winds up being nothing close to the truth.
It's the same people that think the chain of custody is not that big of a deal. So I just chalk it up as to maybe. But the job is to be careful with language, to be careful with how we represent the facts, the evidence, and the resulting narrative. We have to be careful. Okay, we can't just be blithe. That's why I see my kids always used to say, "Oh my God, it's time for another lecture. He's going to explain." That's because my youngest daughter, she thinks like a lawyer, and I'll tell her, "You can't do that." Okay, great. Then she'll go do something else that's completely against what I meant, and she goes, "Well, you didn't say I couldn't." She was like reverse engineering.
There you go.
Exactly. So you got to be careful with your language, or there are going to be consequences. So if I seem like, in the words of Dr. Deutsch from, he's a forensic psychiatrist from, UCLA, San Diego. David Deutsch said, he goes, if I seem like I'm being difficult, it's because I mean to.
Right.
Well, we appreciate it.
Well, but I'll give it one of my favorite quotes before we wrap up. My favorite quote is from a client of mine. We were working on a death penalty case in California. His name was Barnes. He's a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, really great guy. And he goes, you know what, Turvey, I like you. And I said, why? He goes, you like me. I'm not unfriendly. I just don't like playing dumb.
So, Dr. Turvey, what do you think with respect to, I'm not sure if it was something that you would speak about, but all of the
No? Okay. Hey, how's Miss Logan's in the house? Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Nay Gallegos, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
phone data information that has been released as of late. Is it something that's super important? Is it kind of like the beer pong table? I think most of us are sitting there when Ethan got the text from Erica that he was being cheated on. The lack of no response, at least from what we can tell, even inquiring about it, that is concerning.
Well, let's put it this way. First, all the things I said before that are my top 3, 4, 5 things, those are still the most important 3, 4, 5 things. However, I haven't examined that data dump, and I'm not going to. That's not my role. I'm more interested to see what you guys think. I'm more interested to see what the public thinks about it, because the reality is it has not been examined by anyone. I'm more concerned about the lateness of the data dump. I'm more concerned about how we got gigabytes of data to examine on the eve of trial, a month before trial. That concerns me. Very concerning. Because there were years for that disclosure to occur. And either that would have required, in my opinion, not my opinion, my experience, normally that would require a case to be pushed back. And nobody seemed to want that. They wanted to get there and get into court and do it, or make a deal. So, and I'm not disclosing anything secret there. This is just my experience is the result of that sort of lateness is a sort of a punishment by the court or a acknowledgement that more time is needed to examine. You can't have people on the stand testifying about evidence that just got disclosed and hasn't been examined. That's the more important.
It is very concerning. It's so late.
Yep.
Is it even possible that Bryan could have had a reasonable knowledge of what was in that data dump by the time he pled?
No, he wouldn't know. I mean, that assumes that he was in a state of mind that he could participate with his defense and be going over. I don't know how he was getting information. I don't know how he was receiving it. I don't know how he was reviewing it. I had no contact with him. I don't know. But I can tell you this, in order for him to be, for any defendant to participate in their defense, they need access to all the evidence and information, and they need time to review it, just like the rest of us.
And that there just wasn't time for that.
It had just been dumped on us, and then we made the plea. Or I didn't, but I didn't make the plea.
To your knowledge, was Kaylee's phone ever actually gotten into? Were they actually able to recover the data from Kaylee's phone?
Now, I want to point something out. I don't know if anybody caught this. Watch her ask this question and watch him and listen to what he says. Watch his head and then listen to what his response is.
This information, and they need time to review it, just like the rest of us.
And that there just wasn't time for that.
It had just been dumped on us, and then we made the plea. Or I didn't, but I didn't make the plea.
To your knowledge, was Kaylee's phone ever actually gotten into? Were they actually able to recover?
Yes, my wife is the one that noticed this, not me. And it's very slight. Okay, you take it for what you want. It may not be nothing, but when she asked the question, he almost kind of nodded, like to say yeah, but then he goes into this.
For the data from Kaylee's phone.
Oh, I don't want to comment on that.
Now, the first time I heard it, I thought that meant no. Okay, that's what I thought. But if you notice, if you watch it, he kind of nods like almost to say yeah, but then says, I don't want to comment on it. So take it for what it is, guys. Try to differentiate yourselves. I don't know why you couldn't talk about that. I don't think they did. From everything we've heard everywhere else, I don't think they ever did get into her phone, which I think is ridiculous, but I'm just saying. Sorry, Roxy. Sorry about that.
No, I see what you're saying. He almost drops his head like
he nodded like he was saying yeah, and then he kind of tipped it sideways real quick to like, no, I'm not going to talk about that. Right.
It's like if your parents asked you where you were going on a Friday night, and you're like, oh, shit,
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of his reactions are like that of a kid, where he tries to come off as a superior adult, but his temperament is of a child. And another thing that makes me very suspicious of him is the fact that he's trying to portray Bryan in this Rapunzel tower where he's just completely inaccessible. Maybe Anne isn't giving him all the information. He's totally isolated from everybody.
I do agree. I do agree he is doing that. Yes.
Did you notice that? Yeah. That makes me really suspicious.
Now, I don't know if his animation is due to the arrogance level that he has, due to his intelligence. And I'm not being mean when I say that. I mean, he's even said it himself. He doesn't breathe the same air some people do, things like that. He does feel very highly of himself, which he should. His accreditation, his education is very, very well, it's been put out there. So, but no, I'll play it at normal speed again. I just thought I'd slow it down. You guys could see it better, but I'll go ahead and play it. Thomas Sharp, good to see you, Charlotte. Thank you for joining us.
He also, go ahead. Play it.
Okay.
For any defendant to participate in their defense, they need access to all the evidence and information, and they need time to review it, just like the rest of us.
And that there just wasn't time for that.
It had just been dumped on us, and then we made the plea. Well, I didn't.
What?
That makes
I didn't
sense,
make
too,
it clear.
Jen.
To your knowledge, was Kaylee's phone ever actually gotten into? Were they actually able to recover the data from Kaylee's phone?
Oh, I don't want to comment on that.
It could be, it could not be. You guys take it for what you want. And Jen made a good point that, sometimes there's some things that he didn't speak on. And she says, I think there's a misunderstanding in what he said. Though forensic science is his expertise, he wants to stick with that. He says he has not examined her phone, not that they didn't examine it. So I get what you're saying, Jen. It's a good point. We just don't know. All right.
Part 2 coming soon.
I want to comment. I like commenting on things that are public and that I have examined. So
That's a hot topic on.
Are there any other things that are public and that you've examined that we have?
I didn't finish my statement either. And like I said, a lot of the things that have been put out have made it seem as though they have not been able to get into her phone. I find that very hard to believe. With everybody that they had working on this case, Secret Service, all these other agencies, one phone you couldn't get into. I can't imagine that being possible, folks. I believe that they did. Okay. I do believe they got into it, and I just, I don't know why it's a big deal. So anyway, I just didn't get to finish my statement. My apologies.
Haven't brought up that are significant?
not that are significant. There's a lot of rabbit holes in this case. A lot of rabbit holes. Okay?
What do you think?
What about the spare bedroom? Can we talk about the spare bedroom?
In what way?
Well, that's where I think, isn't that where Dylan's green jacket was found?
Yeah.
And that there was actual evidence that blood was on that jacket?
Yeah. Should have been examined more carefully. Should have been, just like every other piece of evidence in this case. It goes back to the general question for me is, why was everyone so unenthusiastic about testing evidence in this case? I'm very unenthusiastic in my opinion. It seems like a decision was made early on, and then disclosures to the defense came as a result of those sort of the narrative decisions that were made. But then they were compelled by the defense to disclose stuff, and so they were slow rolling the information out. This is a very common tactic, to slow roll disclosures and prevent what we call timely disclosures, and then prevent examination prior to trial. So you wind up on the stand with evidence that's been given, maybe the couple weeks before that you haven't had time to look at. It's a concept we call forced negligence. All right, forced negligence.
What do you think
Things like that he explains to us that kind of validate our views, right? Like, so it's not just us, it's not just because we're crazy. We're seeing all this stuff and we think it's being, neglected.
Yeah.
But at least we know now that people on the defense and people who are close to the case saw it as well.
Oh yeah. No. And it does. I said that before. I think that's why everybody backs him up like they do too, because he's in a sense justifying a lot of what we've talked about for 3 years. That's why it's so hard for people to understand why people aren't taking him seriously, and why, you know what I mean? That's what my opinion is, at least. I get it.
Or he's telling us exactly what we want to hear, and he knows what we've been. All these armchair detectives that they talk about have been dying to know, dying to be validated, and here all of a sudden we have our cheerleader.
Yeah, but what would be the point in pushing that, though?
Right.
Like, I get it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, what would be the ultimate goal in doing something like that? Like, it would be pointless. It would be more beneficial for them to come out and present evidence to us that he was actually guilty, or something that proved he was actually guilty, not trying to push, not trying to lead us to the exact wrong spot. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying that he's leading us to the wrong spot. I would say It's more a case of we are in the wrong spot. And for the most part, we are focusing on a dog. We're focusing on what Dylan said. We're focusing on a ping pong table when the bigger picture is way larger than what it appears.
And I think he's actually trying to explain that to us. I think that's one of his main points throughout this entire thing is explaining to us that we're like
Right.
what he likes to say is we're focusing on the granular details. Like instead of say if somebody stole the cookies, instead of focusing on one single crumb and trying to solve the case from that one single crumb, to back up and to follow the trail of crumbs. I think that's his entire point throughout this entire video.
I think that's a good observation, but I also think it's incorrect because he is not telling us a damn thing that we don't already know. We already know all this stuff 100%, and it's reinforcing our crumb trail. If anything.
So therefore, in turn, he's justifying, like I said, we know a lot of this stuff, or at least we've guessed that we know it. Okay, we'll say that. And we've what's the word I'm looking for? We've thought that these were the issues from the beginning. So what he's doing then is justifying that. And what you're saying is that he's doing that on purpose. And I think what Moto means, and I kind of agree with Moto a little bit, like what would be the outcome of that? What good would that do? Because in the end, it's not going to shut us up. We're just going to keep pushing forward even more now that we're getting some kind of justification of it. When he could have came out and done basically what Dr. Sutton was trying to do and said, no, Bryan did it, and here's why. Here's things that prove that Bryan's guilty, and he's not doing that. That's what would have shut us up. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. That's why I think is what like Moto was saying, and then I think some others were believing too.
Ironically, you also have Cyree coming out and saying Bryan's guilty without any kind of qualification of it either.
Well, here's the thing. That statement that was in Cy's book, it depends on how you take that. He makes a statement in there that says with the evidence that he has been shown, okay, hear how I say this too. With all the evidence that Cy has been shown, he does think it shows that Bryan's guilty based on the evidence he's been shown. Think about that for a minute. What do you think he's been shown? The bullshit that we've been shown. So it does make him look guilty to Cy in that aspect. So I don't know. You can take it either way, I guess.
What aspect of it makes him look guilty? I don't remember him qualifying it in any way.
He didn't qualify anything with that.
In the middle of a paragraph that he's guilty.
Right, just based on the evidence he has been shown.
Yeah,
it makes him look guilty.
What evidence?
Wasn't Cyree saying that there was more stuff that there was more data that he was unable to get? So the stuff that he was shown did make Bryan look guilty, but he's saying he's missing a lot of the evidence and a lot of the data that you would necessarily need to actually make that determination. And that was the problem with the Idaho 4 case in the first place is he was not allowed to get his hands on the entirety of the data that he needed to make an actual true observation.
So you wanted to believe, honestly, Ro, that they just went ahead and put all the hoopla and smoke up front and kept all the stuff that he actually makes him look guilty under wraps? I mean, that sounds like a Jeff H. argument right there. I'm sorry, to be honest.
They didn't know. They just don't have anything that proves that
they don't have anything. They have zero, zilch. Nothing makes him look guilty because he's not.
I agree. And what I'm saying is Cyree doesn't have all of the data that you necessarily need to make a proper investigation
there's no
cell phone
justification for him to make that statement. It's not qualified. It doesn't. Oh, I don't have all the data, so he's guilty. And that's literally what he said, is that he's guilty.
Is that what Cyree necessarily said? Is that Bryan was guilty?
I mean, we should, for the sake of argument, maybe look at the exact quote, if you don't mind, at some point, Diggs. But
I'd have to find it because I don't have.
From what I
actual
remember
book.
in the reading, I stopped cold, and I went back and I read it twice. Right, Lucy, he's got all the data he's ever going to get that's available. So in my opinion, I don't know. Like I said, we're dealing with 3 feds here, and they are going to want to twist our brains around, and that's exactly what they're doing, dude. This is some big stuff, and they want us to keep it. Oh, it's this and that, and it's here. Cy wants you to believe it's Bryan. Brent Turvey wants you to believe it's not Bryan. Who are you going to follow? And in the meantime, the people behind this, the reason behind this, is going to remain the shadow.
Well, the great news is more information is coming out, so I guess everybody can make their own judgment, and everybody can have their own opinion too, right?
Absolutely. No, I
Of course.
fully appreciate your opinion, Monoman.
I have an idea that there's going to be. I believe there's going to be some type of whistleblower thing happening here coming up soon.
That's what I've hoped all along. I really have.
And I do believe it's coming like by June, July. So, and I think when that happens, there again, people are going to look at it 2 different ways, but maybe it'll prove. No, this is Kane, folks. It's Kane from oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Why can't I ever
forgot
remember
the name of my own show too. The Purge.
Anyway, the Purge. Kane be the Purge. Sorry, guys. Anyway, that's
Jake,
who this is.
Jake, I got to step down, man. Thank you for having me. I think I pretty much unleashed my brain hole on everybody.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
Having me. Thank you, guys.
All right. All right. So on we go.
Of exculpatory evidence.
The hair in Ethan's hand. So goddamn obvious.
So crazy. So crazy.
Goddamn obvious. It was so obvious. The hair in his hands. I want to know whose it is, and I want to know how it got there. Once we know whose it is, we'll know exactly how it got there.
What about the idea that there was testing on the sheath and the DNA went to someone else, another man's DNA? I think people call it 4 brothers. It was from Othram.
Yeah. That's it. Let's put this into perspective. If the Innocence Project got this case and did that test and came up with that result, it would be an exoneration. To be popping corks, right?
Mm-hmm.
That gives you all the information you need to know. I want to tell you something else, though. This is something very important, not related to this case, but related to it. I have worked probably 20 cases in my career where the DNA evidence does not match the person that was convicted. I'll give you an example. There was a case of a 11-year-old and a 13-year-old girl I worked in Oklahoma City, or not Oklahoma City, in Oklahoma for the OSBI about 15, 16 years ago. And both of them had semen in their vaginas that belonged to somebody else. And they eventually arrested and convicted somebody else without ever explaining how that semen got in their vaginas. They were found shot to death on the side of the road and redressed after being shot. All right? They didn't want to know. They did not want to know. This is not uncommon. I worked another case, Kentucky versus Southworth, where a guy was convicted of murdering his wife at the time. She was leaving him, and her body was found under a mattress in their behind a wall outside their backyard. And she had a sperm in her vagina that didn't belong to him, and nobody ever identified it. Never was identified. Convicted him. He got out on an Alford plea, but I am very troubled by how DNA is misunderstood and misused by the court, by the prosecution, by the defense, and by the courts very often. And they will ignore it when it's convenient, and they will embrace it when it's just as convenient. So,
well, and there was other DNA found too. We talk about it. Just why not err on the side of caution? There's such a long list of items that were tested.
Well, especially when you're going to kill a person, right? Mm-hmm. When you're going to kill him, don't you want to be sure? Don't you want to be certain? Apparently not. Apparently not.
Is there any explanation assuming the DNA went back to another person that's not Bryan or the four brothers that people talk about, is there any explanation to not identify those individuals or to follow that lead?
You can't win if you do that. That's the only explanation that I can see.
It looks
because you got
intentional.
two people trying to win, or I don't know what winning looks like to them, but they're not interested. They're not interested in knowing what happened. You'd have to ask them why they're not interested in knowing what happened. But my experience is because they want to win, and they don't want to do testing that will help the other side.
And winning in this case was convicting Bryan Kohberger and not anybody else.
For the prosecution, certainly, I can't speak for the defense. I don't know what winning looked like to them, to the defense team, because we're in a hole. We're through the rabbit hole with the defense team on this case. They're helping. Their only thing right now is helping the prosecution, going after their own experts for speaking the truth about exculpatory evidence. It's bizarre.
Let's not focus on getting the exculpatory evidence in front post conviction.
Right.
Let's cut down.
Now, I will say, I think that statement was out of hand, okay? Because that's probably not the best way to say what he just said. You should not have said that they're trying to help the prosecution, because we don't know that, okay? He is saying it that way because he believes because they didn't do what he thought they should do, they're in turn, is why he's saying that, okay? If they would have done what he thought they should do, then it would be different, but that's why he's making that statement. It's not because he knows that, okay? So please understand that. That's all. And some of you guys might believe that, and I respect that. I do. I'm not there to be able to do that yet because I haven't seen enough information to make me believe something like that. Is it possible? Anything's possible, folks, but we don't know that yet. So, just think about what he just said. Because they didn't do what he thought they should do, he's now automatically saying that they're helping the prosecution. That's why he's making that statement that way. So it's his opinion. It's not a fact. Remember that. That's all I'm saying.
Our own team and discredit our own expert.
Because by trying to discredit me, they're also discrediting all the other experts who came to similar or related or corroborating findings who have reports on file. All of them.
And herself.
It's not just myself, but
I'm saying herself too. She's discrediting a lot. I don't know why you would attack your internal team.
Well, that's the question. As I think that I think people are smart enough to see what's actually going on. I hope. So I don't want to be the guy that blows that whistle or points that finger, but we all know who's being investigated. We do know that, and it ain't me.
Yeah, I want to understand better the DNA, and I don't know if this is beyond your scope, because as I understand it from reading Chris's book, is we have that whole the DNA on the sheath itself came back to four brothers who were not named Kohberger.
Okay,
then
let's make it very clear. It didn't come back from the sheath. It comes back from a piece of DNA, a partial profile from the clasp, not the sheath, from the clasp. Now, there's the DNA. There's no other DNA on this thing. It's clean. That's the first thing you need to understand.
That's not a true statement either, because there was, there's blood DNA on that sheath too that they never tested. So it's not clean besides that. That's one thing that is, maybe he meant to say it a different way, but that's one thing that is definitely not clear. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Second thing is DNA, and this is the big fight going on right now in the DNA community. DNA cannot give you conditions of transfer. You can't say when it got there. You can't say how it got there unless you're doing this in the context of a full reconstruction, right? So a DNA expert can't tell you how it got there or when. They can only tell you that it aligns with a particular profile in a particular way with particular statistics. That's all it can do.
So we know that there was some DNA, and it's been described as trace DNA, just a little bit found on the clasp. That was sent to Othram. Othram, they did whatever the scientists do to that. They come up with a whole bunch of data on a file, right?
Yep.
And then the using that data, they traced it supposedly to 4 brothers not named Kohberger, and one of those, we're told, did not want to participate, and I guess it just ended there. Then the data file was then given. Was that given to the FBI?
Or was Othram fired? Because the facts support that Othram was fired when it didn't give them the result that they were looking for. It went back to BK.
Well, I would just put it another way. This is what we call expert shopping. This is very common on the side of the prosecution.
Like forum shopping.
Well, expert shopping. They're looking for the expert. They'll give them what they want, and everybody else gets left. It's unethical. It's a problematic, and it's a Brady violation when they don't disclose it. So,
but I saw some reference that the data file. It's a discrete amount of data. You can see how big the file is. And what I remember from Chris's book is that somehow what the FBI submitted as part of the IGG or something else.
If I had one question for him, Miss Sherry asks, it would be, if he believes what he believes, why does he think Bryan's involved in this? That would be my question. And how? Why and how is Bryan involved in this then? Based on what he's seen, what he knows. That would be my question to him, Sherry.
Seems to be double the size of the file that Othram gave them.
Yeah, this is a DNA expert question. I don't want to get into the procedures or the minutia of that because it's not my.
Yes, that's true too, Moon. That they only got a swab. Nobody got the damn sheath. It was just a swab. So I question that as well, why the sheath wasn't sent. But who am I? So
that's well outside of my scope.
Was there
Whitcomb is an expert in DNA. He used to have a DNA related company, so he knows better than I.
Did Bryan have a DNA?
That's a great question too, Kim drops. If Mr. Turvey, if you were Bryan, what would you do at this point? And I have a feeling I know how he would answer that. So, and I don't know if you guys knew that Christopher Whitcomb, the author, had a DNA company that he was working as well, which I thought was an interesting thing to learn. But like Lucy said, and I said earlier, always do your own research, 100%.
The expert.
Yes.
Yeah, Bicca. She was
originally brought in to be the DNA expert, and then she transferred over to being an attorney, and that's all public. No secrets.
I've always enjoyed listening to her.
Oh.
She's a very smart woman.
Very smart. Bicca's very.
I've always wondered why that happened as well. Why Bicca decided to start working as an attorney on that. I thought that was interesting.
Very smart.
So what can we expect moving forward? I mean, I guess the same question that we asked at the beginning is, how is he still in prison? Not figuratively. I think we all get that.
Yeah, he pled guilty. That's right. I mean, the answer is until somebody else is at the helm, this ship is going to stay going in this direction. And none of us are going to be able to do anything about it.
Do you think the outcome of the criminal investigation could potentially have an effect on anything in this case moving forward?
Yeah. Depends on who gets arrested.
That's a big statement too. So he believes, in his opinion, this is an opinion, that with the criminal investigation, that if anybody and who gets arrested is going to be how this turns and where it's going to turn. I don't know that that's true, but for that matter, nobody may get arrested. We don't know, but it'd be very interesting if somebody did. There should be. It's a criminal investigation. If there's findings that are criminal acts, then they should arrest somebody. And if they don't, then there's another problem. So just saying that.
And again, if an appellate attorney came to you, said we want to explore what options Bryan still has. We know some have expired, but there's still some. You'd probably have a lot of helpful information for them, correct?
It's in my report. I mean, the thing is, what this requires is somebody to come in who has a exceptional legal mind and a lot of experience with death penalty cases to disentangle what's occurred and to assist with the investigation of the exculpatory evidence that clearly exists. But right now, that's not really the focus of what's happening, clearly.
Yes, Jenny. Welcome, Jenny. Good to see you today, Jenny. I'm sorry. I have to do that every time I say your name. But anyway, yeah, he basically has said that in that aspect. The only thing he said is that Bryan is guilty legally, but not truly, basically, in his own words. So thank you, Jenny. Just like peas and carrots. Sorry. Gotta do it. Anyway, moving.
The focus of what's happening is to try to keep the deal in place, apparently, and not disclose anything that might suggest Kohberger is innocent on all sides.
By the way, Audrey, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Please know that you always have an open invitation anytime we do this to join us up here and speak with us. Everybody would absolutely love to hear from you. So please feel free. It would be an honor to have you join us and speak on the things you're saying. So thank you, just so you know.
And that they were all sleeping.
What?
And that they were all sleeping at the time of the attacks.
Well, that's true too. They have to keep that narrative going because it's not true. That's already come out. We already know that's not true. That's
I'm being incredibly sarcastic.
Clearly.
People are still saying that. And as Sam says, if you can't adjust with what your narrative to what the evidence actually shows,
right,
then you're just trying to stick to a narrative.
That's what they're trying to keep this deal together until the clock runs out. And I get it. I get the goal. What I don't get is the motive. That should not be, that's if an appellate attorney came to me and asked for my help, I'd give it to him.
And for those of you that didn't catch that, what he's basically saying there, without saying it, is that Ann is kind of standing on this, basically until Bryan's time runs out, and then what happens at that point. So it's interesting. I don't know that that's happening. A lot of people have said that because she's been so quiet, nothing's happened. There's no appeals, this and that. We don't know what's coming. I have a very strong feeling something is coming, but that's me. But that's kind of what he just said there, folks, just in case nobody caught that.
Without problem.
And a lot of people have been hoping that behind the scenes, maybe that's going on, but it's pretty clear that's just not in the works right now.
Can't be. Well, his attorney is still on the case. She's still running it. So can't be. What they're trying to do is keep that deal in place and keep the ship from hitting the shore. But the motive behind that, I'm unclear on. I've never understood. I haven't understood it. Still don't understand it. I have theories, but they're only theories.
Would there be consequences to Ann Taylor if the plea deal got thrown out?
I don't know.
Or, for instance, ineffective assistance of counsel?
The ineffective assistance of counsel never has consequences for the defense attorneys. That's not a thing. It's just that they screwed up. New attorney comes in, fixes it, and they go away. Usually, what happens is a defense attorney who recognizes their forced negligence by lack of funding or lack of experience or appointment, whatever it is, they will gladly come in and fall on their sword and say, "Hey, we didn't have funding for this. The judge wouldn't let us do that. Well, I didn't think to pursue this line of ink, whatever." They'll do it. Then there are other attorneys who will just be like, "Screw everybody. I did the best I could, and I'm not incompetent at all." Doesn't matter the path they choose; they're still going to get clients. Defense attorneys can screw up every day, all day long, and they'll still have clients. Okay, there's no consequence for that if they commit.
Explain which part, Wade Bird. I'm not 100% sure on what you're talking about. Just reiterate just a little bit. Now, of course, I have no problem doing that.
If it's a crime or an ethical violation, they can be disbarred or criminally charged.
But it appears to me that even just the data dump that clearly was not gone over in some way, there's a lot of grounds there that she could fall on her sword in essence, couldn't she?
Well, that's a legal argument. I don't know. I mean, lots of things could happen, but that would require undoing the deal. Right now, the commitment for
that's been my thought since the the plea change hearing and then the sentencing hearing and then there. And I've heard some rumors through sources that they believe something may be coming down the road. Lana heard the same things. We've all kind of heard some whisperings of things like that coming. I just have a gut feeling, and I just feel like there's something coming. Now, I could be completely wrong, and we're just going to sit here dead quiet. And September comes, and nothing happens, and we're blowing in the wind. It's done. That could be what happens. Now, I am curious to see how this criminal investigation runs. And again, folks, I want to reiterate something. That's one thing he did that he shouldn't have done. He's making it sound like, and I do disagree with this. He's making it sound like Ann Taylor's office is the only person being investigated in this criminal investigation, and that's not true. It's the prosecution, the law enforcement, everything. Anybody that touched this that was anywhere near it is being investigated in this criminal investigation. They're looking at it all. Okay, so that's the end of it right there. That was the last bit of it. Now there is another interview that dropped yesterday with 1 second here.
With rode hard, put away wet.
Yeah. There's two things going on here, in my opinion. Okay. One, I'm going to take his claim that he sees injustice and corruption and he's trying to make it known. But he took that along with being, and I believe this, folks, I'm not just saying this, because of what Ann had said to him, he got angry. Okay. And I get it. You know, you're challenging somebody's credibility. He took that and blended it with the knowledge that he believes for the reason that he's doing it and threw it out there. He should have done that separately, in my opinion, because it all went together and it looked like he's attacking Ann, or where he basically is, because he's angry about what she said and did. And I get that. Okay. Neither one of them should have made any statements, in my opinion. And this wouldn't be like this right now, you know, but it is what it is and we have to deal with it. So, 1 second here. I'm trying to find out. I think it's called Crime and Justice. Just 1 minute. Yeah, those things should have been kept completely separate, in my opinion. That would have been and what I believe to be the professional way to do it from both sides. But she made such statement, and if he violated an NDA, then she should have. He says he didn't. He says everything he's talked about is out in the public, public knowledge. For the most part, it has been. You know, there's a couple little things that I don't think we knew about, but that's neither here nor there. But I think this is a bit of an ego fight, as well as what he's claiming that he's trying to do. He doesn't like what he's seen. He's questioning why it happened. And did you drop? No, she didn't drop 5 more, did she? No. Okay. And I think, like I said, the two things should have been kept separate. That's my opinion. But why the hell can't this? Is this not showing up now?
I just wish they spent less time on the issue with Ann Taylor and the defense and the
Agreed.
whole thing around that. Like, spend some time on the evidence. Like, at this point, we'll know if something else happens in the case.
Agreed.
But until then, I mean, all you're going to hear about they're not going to advertise what's going on in the leak case. They're not going to advertise that.
Nothing should have been talked about Ann per se. It should have all been evidence. I agree with you on that. Truly and honestly.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we all wanted to hear, but unfortunately, I honestly think the custody queens did a great job interviewing them, and they asked the questions in really great ways, but they really focused on that one aspect of I guess because they're lawyers, so they wanted the legal perspective, right?
Sure. Truly and honestly, I agree. Now, Here's the thing, you guys. I got a question for you because this next one isn't that long. There's another interview that he dropped yesterday. Um, and it's with Donna Rotuno, I think her name is. We can review that one quickly, or I can move on to the other things I was going to do. So if you want me to review this one as well, throw one in the chat. If you
There's
don't,
nothing on that other video that really isn't in this one.
that's what I was
It's
going
the
to
same
ask you. Is
information.
nothing new? Then okay, then we'll just move on to what I wanted to do then, because I think it's a little bit more important. If he's saying the same things, then there's no point in doing that again.
Yeah, it's almost a mere image copy of what he did with the custody queens, except he talked about less stuff.
Oh, so there's more with the custody queens than with this? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, then that answers that for me because I didn't get to see it. I was completely out of the loop with everything yesterday. I caught the end of it on.
But if other people wanna watch it, I'm game. Whatever.
All right. Well, let me. Everybody's putting a wine. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. What I'll do then is I'll scrub through it. We'll do it quickly then because if it's the same questions, we're really not going to learn anything new. And
Dave,
that's
before
kind
we
of a
move on,
yeah.
sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Don't apologize.
I just have to say this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
In
Okay.
response to what you said, neither one. You said, I'm paraphrasing the best I can. Keep in mind.
Oh, you're good.
That neither one of them should have made a statement, but I'm just going to push back on that.
Okay.
So there's a non-disclosure agreement, and she needs to release him from that. And he spoke, and there is an investigation going on. And I can imagine that she needs to make it clear that that does not represent her actions or anyone, in her.
I agree with that. Yeah. She should
in
have
her
said
team,
that.
so to speak. He's rogue on his own. So there's that. And that's why I wanted to point out on the second day we were together and start the show with that, to remind everyone the genesis of this thing. That letter was not what started this. That was a response to what he did. And I'm gonna say sorry, but I'm not sorry. Her response was appropriate and necessary.
I just think that what she should have said is what you just said. That this doesn't, we hold nothing with this. This is not coming from us. He did this, like you said, rogue. He went out on his own and did this. He was under an NDA. I just don't think, knowing that he's the type of person he is, challenging his credibility is going to start a war. We all know that. We see it right now. Okay. This is what is happening. Now, she should have absolutely came forward and said that we have no connection to this. I don't know why he's doing this, so on and so forth. Maybe without challenging his credibility, that would have been what I would have done in her shoes. I would have definitely made a statement on it, but it would have been to separate myself from the situation if it's causing the problem. You see what I'm saying? That's what I would have done. But so I agree. I guess I'm 50-50 with you on that, Eddie. You know what I'm saying? There should have been a statement, but maybe not attacking his credibility because in turn, with the type of person he is, he's going to come back. Now, I doubt that Ann will come back at him again. I don't know. I do believe, though, that there's going to be a defense of some sort on this because of the things that have been said now. We'll see. But there definitely should have been a statement. I agree with that. As there was. Where are we at here? Oh, shit. What did I just close that for? I got confused. 1 second. Where the hell did it go? Okay, computer, stop doing your own thing. I'm controlling you. Good Lord. Okay. I got it, Leah. Thank you, though. Okay. 1 minute. I got time. I just looked at time. I thought I had less time, but we're good.
It's a normal involvement for me, normal process. It's almost the same every time, but this was just slightly different, slightly more involved. I was originally contacted by Becca Barlow, who's a defense attorney that I have worked with in the past on other cases involving staged crime scenes. And she contacted me and wouldn't let me know what case it was, but said, I'm working on this case. We have a potential staging issue. Can you take a look at it? I want you to meet with the defense team, and I can't tell you what case it is. I said, okay. I mean, that to me, that's like not a big deal. I have a caseload of about 35 to 40 cases at any given time. So, every lawyer has their own different way they do things. And so I agreed to meet with them via Zoom. I was traveling at the time. I think I was traveling in, traveling in South Korean Seoul or something like that. So I met with them. There was a time difference, and we talked about certain things, and they vetted me a little bit. And they asked me to take a look at some evidence related to the knife sheath. And after I sort of gave a preliminary thought on it, they said, okay, well, what would you need to do to figure out, to sort of really do a proper assessment of this piece of evidence in context? And I said, well, you have to do a full crime scene analysis. You can't just look at one little piece of evidence out of context. So my role started out just looking at the knife sheath, and then it expanded into a full-blown crime scene analysis, which includes examining sort of the process of crime scene processing and physical evidence collection and documentation and chain of custody and all that good stuff to figure out what had been done, what hadn't been done, and what could still be done with the physical evidence. So my role started out just looking at the sheet, and then once that preliminary assessment was done, they expanded that role. And I was hired. Let me see. I just want to make sure I get the dates right because I always get them wrong. I started working on the case formally in October 2024, and I submitted my report in the case on January 22nd, 2025. And the reason why that time frame matters is because, as is often the case, the defense was under a deadline for disclosure of expert reports. And most people don't realize this because they don't work cases. They think that we have all the time of the world and the court's very accommodating. That's not true at all. You have the discovery that you have at the moment that's given to you by the state. You examine and evaluate that. And then the court puts in place deadlines for discovery, which very often the prosecution just ignores or blows completely, is not even interested in following that. You have to fight to get the discovery. So by January, we had a deadline and we hadn't received all the discovery yet. So even though I finished my report, which included a lot of different areas of examination and a lot of different areas of a lot of different conclusions related to the crime scene, related to the physical evidence, we still were working on material because material was still coming in from the state. Before I wrote my report, though, I went to Moscow and I examined all the physical evidence. And so that contract, you contract for each part of your work. You get a contract for X dollars for X hours, and then you finish that, and then you determine if you need more, and you keep going until you're done. And the more discovery that's given in, the more time you need to evaluate it. And so I think there's a lot of confusion over, why, for example, the hair is in the report. That's all in there. And you know about that, the hair in Ethan's hand. But we'll
definitely talk about that.
Yeah, the chain of custody didn't get mentioned because we didn't discover it until later on, as there were subsequent data dumps and subsequent assessments. Because again, there just wasn't the time.
And I think that's what people don't understand, right? I mean, when you're a trial lawyer, especially when you're on the defense side, you're receiving information and they're sending these data dumps to the other side, and they send them whenever they want. And sometimes they don't send them in any rhyme or reason chronological order. So you get these things that maybe don't make sense, right? Until you get the second dump or the fourth dump or the eighth dump, and then you're putting pieces together. It's almost like jigsaw. And so that's definitely a frustrating thing. So when you went to Moscow, obviously, everything that you were able to review were the pieces of evidence that were actually inventoried by Moscow police the night of, and then the subsequent days that they were in that home. Is that correct?
That's partly true. Absolutely true that everything that I was examining in Moscow at the Moscow PD was in a facility that they created just for this case because there was so much evidence, a storage facility just for this case, like a garage. And I would say 70-80% of what was there was what they had collected on their own. Then, this is in my report, it's not a secret, it's all part of the files that have been released. They were going to bulldoze the house, and the defense sent their own team out there and recovered other things and took other photos, like the bed frame and other bloody items that were in the scene, that they were just going to leave there or just destroy. So the defense directed the collection of a bunch of material, wisely so. And so there was a bunch of material that was held there that they had collected on behalf of the defense, but that was part of the original crime scene that they had ignored, including the bed frame where the hair was found with Ethan.
Let's get into some of the pieces of evidence that really become, I think, the most problematic and some of the issues that you really delved into. And I'm going to lay out three of them because I found them to be probably the most significant in reading the book, Broken Plea. But then I listened to you do another podcast where you talked about these three issues. And I agreed that it's the knife sheath, it's the hair, and it's the fact that the cleaning up took place, those three issues. So let's focus mostly on those today, because I think that's probably the most interesting to the people listening, especially people that listen to this podcast know that we kind of stay on the legal side of things. And then I want to get into the Ann Taylor letter and response after this book came out. So those are kind of the four things I want to touch on today. So why don't you walk me through? So even as just, obviously I'm an attorney, I try high profile cases. I've been covering Kohberger. Even I had a different understanding of the entire way that the DNA was recovered from the button on the knife sheath to what it really sort of became when I read the book. So would you explain to the audience what that DNA really showed, how it showed it, and then we'll get into the chain of custody issues on that sheath.
So there was DNA in the form of a few cells, not necessarily blood, not blood, cells, cellular material, but not blood. That was found on the clasp of the K-bar knife sheath, which was documented in two places. One, it was documented on the floor initially, and then it was documented as having been photographed underneath one of the victim's legs, underneath the comforter. So somebody slid it underneath the victim's leg and under her thigh, and it was touching the thigh and touching the bed sheet. All right. So the clasp right there. That's the only place there was DNA found that they tried to link to Kohberger. Now, what's important in this case is the Franks hearing. A Franks hearing was held to discuss what was going to be admissible, what the DNA meant, and all that good stuff. And every single person who testified that this was a good investigative lead, but it wasn't conclusive to anything, right? And so it needed to be run down. However, as you well know, and this is the problem. The difference between an expert and a lawyer is that when an expert is talking, when a lawyer is talking, they're making an argument, a legal argument, okay? Right. When an expert is talking, they're giving evidence. There's a chasm, a difference of worlds between those two things. So very often attorneys will go out and speak publicly about evidence, and it will not match what the experts would actually say when they're under oath. They're going to give their best version of that to the public. And that's one of the reasons why the judge in this case wisely put a gag order in place to try to prevent either side from trying the case in the media. But what was happening, of course, is that the prosecution was telling everything to the families, and the families were discussing it in Pennsylvania, which was out of the jurisdiction of, the judge. So they were still evident. There's still stuff coming out. And it's like a game of telephone.
Any other writer who's sitting, any other writer or blogger or podcaster who's sitting in the audience at the courthouse and watching or reading a news article and making their own assessment of what they think was happening.
That's right. And so I have often worked cases where I'm watching a prosecutor talk on television about a case, and I'm thinking, where are they getting this information? This is not what the reports say. This is not what the police are saying. This is not what the testimony said. But they're giving their best version of it to try to, contaminate the jury pool in their favor, that's what they do. So the DNA in this case, I'm not aware of DNA that matches Bryan Kohberger's anything. I'm aware that there's some investigative leads and some thoughts about it, but as even the police testified in the Franks hearing, this was no better than a lead that should be followed. Nothing conclusive that was about it. So that's the first thing to understand. I
know you're not a DNA expert, but tell me how they even got to Kohberger. Wasn't it some hit that came back to his father in some database?
I'm going to leave that for other people, because I have seen multiple versions of this, depending on who that was one of the issues that was going to be attacked in court, because multiple versions of how Kohberger became a suspect are on the record. And it's problematic. Let's just put it that way. We have multiple versions of that. Sure. And I will say, as I'm sitting here talking to you, I wish we could have cleared that up with witness testimony.
Do I need to back up to what he said about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I think Lucy has a good question there.
Okay, hold on. I'll slow it back down to normal too. See where that's. I think it's about here. Let me know if I went too far back.
Leg and under her thigh, and it was touching the thigh and touching the.
I went back before it. I think right there.
The bed sheet. All right. So the clasp, right there. That's the only place there was DNA found that they tried to link to Kohberger. Now, what's important in this case is the Franks hearing. A Franks hearing was held to discuss what was going to be admissible, what the DNA meant, and all that good stuff. And every single person who testified that this was a good investigative lead, but it wasn't conclusive to anything. All right. And so it needed to be run down. However, as you well know, and this is the problem. The difference between an expert and a lawyer is that when an expert is talking, when a lawyer is talking, they're making an argument, a legal argument, okay? Right. When an expert is talking, they're giving evidence. There's a chasm, a difference of worlds between those two things. So very often attorneys will go out and speak publicly about evidence, and it will not match what the experts would actually say when they're under oath. They're going to give their best version of that Correct. To the public. And that's one of the reasons why the judge in this case wisely put a gag order in place to try to prevent either side from trying the case in the media. But what was happening, of course, is that the prosecution was telling everything to the families, and the families were discussing it in Pennsylvania, which was out of the jurisdiction of, the judge.
I think that was a mistake. That right there, I think, was a big mistake, because he was talking about, my opinion, like the Gonsalves family, so on and so forth. I think he screwed up right there, unfortunately, but it needs corrected because people are going to go crazy with that, in my opinion. That I didn't even hear that at first. So good catch, Lucy.
So they were still evident. There's still stuff coming out. And it's like a game of telephone.
Any other writer who's sitting, any other writer or blogger or podcaster who's sitting in the audience at the courthouse and
welcome, Harry Potter. Good to see you. We can see you.
Watching or reading a news article and making their own.
That statement wouldn't make any sense any other way, I don't think. Truly, if it wasn't an accidental, if he didn't screw it up, truly, how would it make any sense? If he was giving it to the families and they were spitting it out, they haven't said anything. Kohberger's family never said anything.
Is he suggesting that
they were giving information to? Well, the way I took it is he's suggesting that they were giving information to the Gonsalves family and they were putting it out. That's how I took it.
He thought his point was he was giving the information to the Gonsalves family, who was then giving the information to a media group in Pennsylvania. And from Pennsylvania, it was going back to Idaho. That's kind of how it sounded to me.
Which is still strange. Why would they give anything to anybody in PA?
It's because it wouldn't be they wouldn't be violating a gag order, right?
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever information they're getting, if they're under gag, I don't care who you give it to, it's gonna violate it. You know what I mean? I thought he meant Boise too, or Idaho too, but that could be wrong.
Can we just listen to it again? And see
yeah, absolutely. It's weird. It's a weird statement because I did catch that, but good catch, Lucy, on that, because I heard it, but I didn't hear it. It was like reading something at the same time. So.
Wisely put a gag order in place to try to prevent either side from trying the case in the media. But what was happening, of course, is that the prosecution was telling everything to the families, and the families were discussing it in Pennsylvania, which was out of the jurisdiction of,
Okay. That doesn't sound like a mistake, though. That's weird. The prosecution was giving the information to the families, which would be the victims' families. That we know, and they were discussing it in Pennsylvania, though. What the hell sense does that make?
Listen to the last part. He says they were discussing it with people in Pennsylvania, which is out of the jurisdiction.
Right. Oh. I get what you're saying now. Okay. Wait a minute. Out of the jurisdiction, meaning it's not under the gag because it's in a different jurisdiction. Wait a minute. That's weird.
Apparently.
We're going to have to hold on. I'm going to play it one more time to make sure. Well, the prosecutor shouldn't be telling anybody anything. That's a fact. But they were definitely giving information to the families. We knew that. But
from trying the case in the media. But what was happening, of course, is that the prosecution was telling everything to the families, and the families were discussing it in Pennsylvania, which was out of the jurisdiction of, the judge. So they were still evident. There was still stuff coming out. And
did you catch that?
Yeah, I did. The last part was kind of what keyed it out. That is definitely new. He never said that in the last interview. Interesting. So they were going outside the jurisdiction of the judge. He said judge. So the judge had no reach on that. In
Exactly.
discussing. Oh wow. The prosecution shouldn't have been saying anything.
So essentially, what he just did there
That's the
is
leak.
he told everybody who the initial leak, the administrative leak was.
Right. So here's my question, guys. Do we know where Dateline is based out of? Does anybody know?
If maybe it's
Philly?
they're probably based out of a lot of places. They're probably based out of New York.
Well, see, that's what I thought too, but I wonder now. The key word here that he said was prosecution is giving things out. There's that. We did get more info on this. That's true. A lot more. In fact, I'm writing that down. Where's that at? So I can remember. That's right around 10:30. Okay. Reach doesn't matter. Anyone that shares the. Well, that's what I thought too. Whether. Are you sure though, Lucy, that if it's not within the jurisdiction of the crime, that it still wouldn't matter? Bound by the gag. No, you're right, because if the families are all under the gag, the families live all over the damn place. There's family people that live in Arizona. So I guess that would work. NBC equals Dateline. Right, right. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, are they out of Pittsburgh? Are they out of Philly? Are they from Pennsylvania? Was that source from PA or something like that? Is that what he was saying? Or I'm gonna look into that. Yeah, I'm grateful too, Sherry. This is interesting. Yeah, 100%. And that's the point right there that I was making. The prosecution, if that's a true point, there's the leak.
That's what I'm saying. Is the prosecution leaked it to the families, who then discussed it with people outside
In
of
Pennsylvania.
Idaho,
Right.
in Pennsylvania, which is outside the judge's jurisdiction. So she couldn't do anything about it.
But that doesn't make sense though, because I think like with what Lucy said, the families weren't gagged. Shannon Gray was right. But it's the prosecution that's giving information out, period. Right there's the problem. So if that's true, there's your leak, which I think we all thought. And does he know that already? Or maybe he got that information somehow. No, it's sealed. I don't know. I'm confused. But that is a very interesting statement.
If Payne was in Pennsylvania, let's say, and he was discussing it with media in Pennsylvania, does that count?
I don't know.
Is that within the judge's jurisdiction still, or is it now Payne and whoever it was he went with, are they now free of the gag order?
I don't think so. I think if there's a gag on anybody and they share information under the gag, they violated it. Period. I think that's the biggest issue. The biggest issue is the prosecution. Period. They gave information to people they weren't supposed to. End of story. Whoever those people gave it to, it came from the prosecution. There's the problem.
So why wouldn't the judge act on it then?
Because he was working with them. That's my opinion. I'm just saying, but yeah. That's an interesting point. But
wasn't it Megan Marshall at first? It wasn't at that point in time when Bryan was arrested.
You mean that put the gag out? Yeah, I believe so. The initial gag.
Yeah.
The first one, yes. I'm sorry. I'd like to know who the people in Pennsylvania were that were talked to, for sure. But that statement there with the prosecution is a big deal. So, interesting. The Barnharts or the Barnyards, Candy girl. Good to see you. What's up, Riz? I'd like to know where they're from. I'll have to look that up too. I doubt it, Moonlit. On we go.
It's like a game of
Sure,
telephone.
any other writer who's sitting, any other writer or blogger or podcaster who's sitting in the audience at the courthouse and watching or reading a news article and making their own assessment of what they think was happening.
That's right. And so I have often worked cases where I'm watching a prosecutor talk on television about a case, and I'm thinking, where are they getting this information? This is not what the reports say. This is not what the police are saying. This is not what the testimony said. But they're giving their best version of it to try to, contaminate the jury pool in their favor, that's what they do. So the DNA in this case, I'm not aware of DNA that matches Bryan Kohberger's anything. I'm aware that there's some investigative leads and some thoughts about it, but as even the police testified in the Frank's hearing, this was no better than a lead that should be followed. Nothing conclusive that was about it. So that's the first thing to understand.
I know you're not a DNA expert, but tell me how they even got to Kohberger. Wasn't it some hit that came back to his father in some database?
I'm going to leave that for other people because I have seen multiple versions of this, depending on who you talk. That was one of the issues that was going to be it.
He doesn't like to answer that question. He's been asked that more than once, and he does the same thing with it every time. So there's obviously an issue with that.
Attacked in court because multiple versions of how Kohberger became a suspect are on the record, and it's problematic. Let's just put it that way. We have multiple versions of that, sure. And as I'm sitting here talking to you, I wish we could have cleared that up with witness testimony on the stand because there was a very big problem.
And that's the thing, right? Well, yeah, we won't be able to do that because of this plea. And so here's my question. Sure. So we talked about the fact that the knife sheath was found initially on the floor, and you can see that right in body cameras when officers go into the home. Am I correct on that?
The body cams don't show it, but one of the officers says he found the knife sheath on the floor and he collected it from the floor. That's the first thing. But the photographs we have are not on the floor. They are of the knife sheath placed or inserted between the thigh and the bed sheet on the bed.
And it would make sense, I would assume, based on the evidence alone, that if that knife sheath was there initially, it would have.
All right, I'm going to stop there real quick. So that in turn, why is that police officer not being held in contempt or whatever the hell it would be for moving a piece of evidence to another place? And then they in turn recorded it in their reports as the original site for the knife sheath. If that's a fact, he says that an officer found the sheath on the floor and then he puts it in that place. Who else would have done it? I want to know who that is. That's insane. Why is he not? That should have thrown the case out right there. Somebody took a piece of evidence and moved it from one place to another and then turned it as now recorded as a fact that it was there. Am I wrong with this? If that's true.
No, you're not wrong. He does I think he does explain it a little bit. And she actually helps explain the situation as well, although it's not about the knife sheath. They're talking about a bracelet at that point.
Yeah, and the bracelet too. Again, the bracelet was on the floor and was picked up off the floor, put on the desk, and then the photographs are taken. You take photographs of where you find things. Then if you're going to move shit, that's fine, I guess, but you still shouldn't do that. It should have been photographed in the exact spot that it was found when it was found, period. Because that plays to the fact that the PCA, once again, is a lie. When Payne claims that he later saw it from the doorway. And then we have the ex-FBI agent that said he pulled back their ISP agent. I can't remember which it was. Pulled back the comforter, and there was the sheath underneath Maddie's thigh on the other side of her body. We've been told 4 different places now. Why is there no accountability for this? That's what I'm asking. These things, in my opinion, should have tossed some of these issues should toss this, in my opinion. God, and then they tear the house down, which is a whole other thing. But anyway. All right, well, so there's some new info to throw in. I jotted that down, which we will be discussing at one point too.
been under the body and it would have been covered in blood or some type of substance if it had been there the entire time.
And here's the thing. We don't know. And I'm just saying this. I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole. So anybody that thinks I am, if you don't like what I say, you don't have to be here. But sorry. I feel like somebody walked in and dropped the sheath on the floor. That's truly what I think at this point. That's what it sounds like. There was no sheath before that, and Leanne said it was placed. Many he has said it's planted. Chris said it was planted. Many people have said this. So somebody finds it on the floor, picks it up, and shoves it underneath her thigh and says, "Oh, look what we found," and nobody talks about it. And any reports. I want to know who brought it in. Did it come in at 5 p.m. when the prosecutor come in? Did it come in with certain police officers? The police officer that picked it up off the ground, is he the one? Was it actually on the ground? Or was that another statement that was lied about? We don't know that. It could have came out of his damn pocket for all we know. When they were trying to figure out how they're going to report this to the press, it could have said, you know what, we need something. There's nothing here. There could have been nothing there for all we know. Nothing. Okay? Just saying.
Well, it wouldn't have been, it could not have been there the entire time because of the way things happened. I mean, there's this concept that keeps getting repeated by people who don't know anything about the case or even have seen the crime scene photos. Like the idea is it was dropped or it dropped and was left behind accidentally. No, this knife sheath, brand new, not used, not damaged, not injured, with just a few flecks of blood on it, was slid upside down between the victim's thigh and the bed sheet. And it had no other blood on it, just a few flecks on it. All right. But the bed sheet underneath it had a star field of blood spatter that was not damaged or interrupted or impacted by that.
Yeah, I know that there was blood on it, but it's almost microscopic. You can't even see it unless you really look at it close, and they're just like 3 or 4 little specks of like pin, like the tip of a pin. That's the blood. So it may have been in the house then, but I don't even know what to think on that. I don't know what to think.
That knife sheath sliding over top of it. So that means that blood was dry because it didn't get that that Starfield blood was dry when that knife sheath got put in place. It didn't transfer onto the knife sheath. It didn't smear it. It didn't move it. So it didn't get left behind. It didn't get accidentally left behind. It didn't get dropped. Somebody slid it into place underneath the victim's thigh or that one victim's thigh.
Well, right. That's my point, because if it was dropped, it would have been covered in blood. And if it was accidentally left there underneath that body, it would have been in a completely different condition.
Well, it wouldn't have been covered. Let me put it another way. If an offender who had just attacked those girls and killed them and transferred blood all over the bed and all over the walls, if that had happened, there would be blood on their hand. And sliding it into that position, there would have been blood on there would have bloody contact and transfer from their bloody hand onto the sheath, and that didn't exist either.
Okay, so now we know that's an odd thing that should have been either discussed at a pretrial motion and or a trial if there was going to be a trial on this.
Yeah.
But then the other aspect with this knife sheath is not only where it was found, how it was found, but once it was actually recovered, you talk about the chain of custody. And just so people understand, chain of custody is what happens when an officer finds a piece of evidence. And I listened to you talk about the fact that normally it's photographed and sometimes there's a measurement taken of it. They put a ruler next to it. There's usually an evidence placard with a number or a letter on it, a little yellow tent kind of a thing, which I see in almost every case I've ever tried.
That's right.
And that's not something that happened here. And then when it was put into the evidence bag and logged in, you're saying that there were things that should have happened that did not happen.
Well, a chain of custody is meant to be the record of everybody who has had any contact with or touched or examined or removed evidence from a particular item of evidence. Okay. That is a sworn sort of document that exists on the evidence bag, so that anybody who collects it, they put their signature on this date, collected at this date, this location, this time by this examiner or this technician or this officer. Then it's got blank spaces so that they can then take it to the evidence facility, and the evidence facility receives it in with signature of somebody. And then if somebody goes to that facility and checks it out, there's a new signature, and that person receives it in on this date and time. Then they return it on the date and time, and it's received by somebody else. So you know exactly who handled it, when, and for what reason. And everybody who handled it is supposed to write a report, you know, to make sure we know what they did, whether or not they just looked at it, or they took pieces off of it for DNA testing, or they photographed it, or took measurements, or whatever. It's a legal form to make sure we know everybody who touched it, so that we have so that it can be certain that nobody
No winging it. I pointed it out when they showed the sheets. It looks brand new. There's literally nothing, no scratch marks, no nothing on it anywhere. It looks brand new, literally. So I started questioning immediately if it was the same damn sheet that they purchased when they bought the one that they bought. So just saying. But it definitely looks brand new. It doesn't look like it had ever been used for anything ever. So
Daggle,
yeah,
real quick.
Yeah, no, go ahead, bud. Take your time.
So I went into the case file. I was curious about the non-dissemination order.
Right.
That was filed January 3rd, 2023, signed by Judge Megan Marshall.
That's good. I'm glad you verified that. And then I think, if I remember correctly, didn't he upgrade the non-dissemination order? Right. Like,
yeah, there's an amended non-dissemination order on the 18th of January.
What year was that?
2023.
They were both 23. Okay, I thought that when Hitler got a hold of it, he amended it. My apologies.
Perhaps, because I'm not able to go that fast and read all these.
Oh no, you're good. No
case
worries.
File is so deep.
We'll figure it out. Because I think he amended it again. At some point. So I will go back and look to see when that was too. It was not, maybe it wasn't Hitler, maybe it was John Judge that did it. I knew it was later on down the road, so I'll look into that to see exactly when. But thank you, Eddie, for pointing that out. That's what I was curious of. So again, the original, and that's what I thought. The original non-dissemination order was Megan Marshall right at the beginning, which is interesting. Why they put the gag on it immediately is wild to me, but okay. That was January 3rd and 18th, so it was right there, folks. Okay. Bryan was arrested December 30th, so it was within days. Okay. And then it was again amended again when Hitler, or Judge got his name, or Triple J as we call him, got his hands on the situation, and they kept everything sealed. And then here's the thing. That's what it was. I got things confused. When Hitler came on board, then he was going to be Mr. Transparency, came out and said, we're going to be transparent and unseal everything. And he must have found something when as they was being unsealed and said, nope. And they started resealing everything. So that's what I was thinking of.
That's when Hitler changed his tune. Honestly, when he first came in, he seemed, or he had the appearance of an honest judge. And then the minute he said he was going to unseal everything, all of a sudden the next hearing, it was he did a complete 180. It was back to the same old thing.
I think he saw something that he didn't like, or that made him nervous, or whatever, and that's when
I think someone said something to him that he didn't like or made him nervous.
Or could have been that too. Yeah, that's a good point. And he sets it all right back down and resealed everything and kept it sealed. So, and everything going forward was being sealed. So that's kind of how that's what I got confused with. So there's something else too. I want to find the date that all happened, started happening again. I'll have to look back at the docs and see, but anyway, good points.
There's a long history of it, actually. Someone in chat I just read, or did it go?
You remember?
I forget, but I'll answer the question. On February 3rd, 2023, there is a motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify amended non-dissemination order filed by Shannon Gray,
attorney
for the Gonzalez family.
Right. Yeah, and if you guys remember, the way the non-dissemination order went is that the families themselves actually weren't gagged. It was their attorneys. And then later on down the road, I think, is when everybody was shut up. And I think it was amended at that point from Judge, and they shut everybody up at that point. I think. Don't quote me. I'll have to find out because I don't remember. It's been so damn long now. But I think that did happen that way, but we'll see. Hitler's saying Brian's DNA is on the sheath is unproven by a stick. Yeah, I agree with that now. All right, guys, moving forward. Anything more, Eddie or Moto, before we go forward?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Tampered with it. And this evidence form, so the Idaho State Police get this bag and they put a barcode on it, which is not the chain of custody. Barcode is for locating the item in the facility.
Right.
What shelf is it on? What building, what shelf, what name, that kind of stuff. What case. That's what the barcode's for. That's not a chain of custody. That's just for locating it. Right? Who's got it? Where is it at? But when you're handling it, that's where you have to have signatures. Each individual person who handles it checks it out and puts it back in it's like a library. Remember the old days with a library book? It's like that. So you know who checked it out.
Yeah, and to make sure you have gloves on, right? That you had gloves on, that you were because
well, you're supposed to document. That's part of it, where you document your examination for sure. But that's pretty uncommon. Most examinations are done not that well. So let's forget that. Forget the part of the examination. Let's just talk about physically writing your signature and agreeing that you received this item on this date, and then that you gave it back. And the person you gave it back to, they received it from you. It's all about demonstrating the trust of that item of evidence. So you know that nobody tampered with it, nobody messed with it. And if there was tampering and somebody did damage it or manipulate it or interfere with it, you know who it was. In this case, the Idaho State Police sent an email to Moscow PD saying, hey, we don't have a chain of custody for this. Can you give us one? So a couple of days later, Moscow PD sends them this chain of custody sticker to put on it. And it's one person who has signed it over for 6 different people on 6 different examinations or 6 different outings for this item. You can't do that. That's called fraud. It's falsification. It's actually a crime when you falsify chain of custody. It's not a small deal. It's a very big deal. Anybody who's saying this is a small deal you need to look at all their casework and go, okay, if you think this is a small deal, that means you've done this before. You've manufactured a chain of custody. So we need to look at your work.
And I agree. I agree with you. I just want to play devil's advocate and ask this question because I know that this is out there and I've heard people talking about this.
Yeah.
If an officer, finds something at a crime scene, obviously, and, puts it aside, and then later goes back and says, okay, let's talk about who did what with this, because they're usually not documenting in real time, right? Sometimes they walk around with little notebooks and take their notes or general progress report notes or whatever they're taking. Now, again, those are discoverable and should be turned over. So that's something that
they put it in their pocket or put it in their trunk or they take it home. Yeah, they can get fired for that. That's a problem if they do.
Yeah, absolutely. And practically speaking, though, we know, and not that they take it home, but practically speaking, a lot of times they recover things from a crime scene and they go to, the trunk of a vehicle. They're supposed to have envelopes and things, right, that they put it in right away. And either, like you said, they take the photos beforehand, then they put it in the envelope, they sign off on that envelope. So that's what they're supposed to do. But if an officer says, look, I was taking notes on what was happening throughout the course of this day, and then later I went back to do it, is that something that is not allowed? Just for the audience.
It's sloppy. I mean, you got to do it in real time as you're doing it so you don't mess up and lose things. Like in this case, they were doing exactly what you were saying. They were putting things off. Like, for example, we have a bloody bracelet that was found eventually in the photographs that were released. In the first floor bedroom on the right. This bloody bracelet was photographed in that place, and then somebody picked it up and moved it to a desk in the same room. And then they photographed it there. Incidentally, I don't think they knew they were photographing it because they never collected it. They intended to collect it, but they were excited and they forgot because they weren't doing it in real time. So the idea of doing everything at the end, I mean, you see that with people who work drug seizures, but
can you
now
pause?
people work homicides.
We could both agree that.
So what did he say about? Can you rewind just a?
Yeah, no problem.
It wouldn't be more than a minute. He just said they got excited. like he's reading into their thoughts and like making this excuse for something he would just like have. That's a conclusion. He can't. He can't say that.
Yeah, that goes right along with Asgard Industries saying, you know, I do believe, or Xana walked in the kitchen and was surprised to see the slider open. You can't, unless you're standing there, you can't make those statements.
Thank you. A great way to illustrate my point.
That's the one thing I can always go back to because it's all ridiculous. So yeah.
You know you're being manipulated when you're hearing that type of speak.
Yeah, you should never put stuff like that out unless you were standing there and you know exactly. You shouldn't make statements like that. I fully agree. That is a fact. I think it's. Hopefully I didn't go back too far, but we'll catch it either way.
They were putting things off. Like, for example, we have a bloody bracelet that was found eventually in the photographs that were released in the first floor bedroom on the right. This bloody bracelet was photographed in that place, and then somebody picked it up and moved it to a desk in the same room. And then they photographed it there. Incidentally, I don't think they knew they were photographing it because they never collected it. They intended to collect it, but they were excited and they forgot because they weren't doing it in real time.
And that's what he was talking about. We don't know why that happened. We don't know why it was missed, what happened with it. So you shouldn't claim it like that because you don't know. I agree with that.
So in other words, the takeaway is it's not nefarious.
No, it doesn't come off as being nefarious. He's just basically saying they were excited because they were all worked up with what they were doing.
Yeah.
And in turn, that's why it was missed. So we don't know the true reason why it was missed. It could have been done on purpose. It could have been accidentally ignored. They could have been excited, but he doesn't know. So you shouldn't be telling us that unless you do know for sure.
Right. And there's a pattern because the previous interview with the panel of 3 attorneys, he did a similar thing with generalizing the Moscow Police Department and like filling in the blank where he suggests, well, they're just small town. They don't know any better. They don't get, this type of case.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing, but it's in there. And we all heard it.
Sure.
This is the type of thing, these patterns, and sadly, he's not going to come out and say, if he's doing us wrong and misguiding us. So it's up to us to point out these inconsistencies and these red flags. I guess my point.
Understood. Gotcha. On we go.
So the idea of doing everything at the end, I mean, you see that with people who work drug seizures, but not with people who work homicides.
We could both agree that this was not a...
Good point. I've seen the picture of the bracelet on the desk. I have too. Has anybody seen it on the floor? That's a great question because I haven't. I don't know if anybody else has, but I never have. Again, if this is the same situation that went on with the knife sheath, this is highly illegal. You're not supposed to move things. You picture it where it was. That's where you take the picture from. Then if things get moved after that, it has to be marked and taken a picture of, period, where it was found originally. That completely screws up the scene. So great question, JP. I'd have no clue if there's a picture of it on the floor because I've never seen one. And I barely saw the one where it was on the desk. So there's that. Great question, my friend.
Well handled crime scene, right? These are officers that have no experience in this type of work. They came to that.
It could have been Moonlit, one of those 3 deleted pictures that weren't supposed to happen. You don't delete pictures if they're blurry. You just take more. But they deleted 3 photographs. So there's another good point. Thank you, Moonlit.
Scene thinking they were coming for more of a well-being check, and then it turns into this awful quadruple homicide. And so I think that they walked in completely unprepared, which is not an excuse. It's fodder for great cross-examination, but I think that that's what happened. Let's move on to the hair because I want to get to that because I think it's really that to me is even more fascinating, the fact that that's such an important piece of evidence when you're trying to determine who potentially could have committed a crime. Those types of pieces of evidence are key. So talk to me about the hair.
Sure. So anytime, and this is not Brent Turvey's idea. This is something that exists in the world and in the world of criminal and forensic investigation. For example, when you're doing an autopsy and somebody's had a close contact murder where somebody's like right on top of them or right near them, you want to see if they grabbed at their attacker. And you collect fingernail scrapings. We hear about that all the time. You collect anything that might have transferred onto their clothing, any evidence of sexual assault. In this case, what you have, Ethan's right hand is a clump of hair.
Bubbles is in the house, says there's a pic of it on the floor. Good. I just haven't seen it then. Thank you, Bubbles. SR Bubbles. Good to see you, dear.
In his hand. And that hand falls down between the bed frame and the wall. And the blood goes down his arm, and it essentially seals his hand to the bed frame, sealing hair to the bed frame, sealing the hair to his hand. It's a large clump. It's unavoidable. And then it gets written up in the investigative reports and the autopsy reports as debris.
Oh, what'd you say? No, not a pic. Oh, okay. It's all right. No big deal. It happens. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
His hair, there's no mix of items there. It's just the hair, and it's a big clump. So you want to know where that came from. You need to know, because that's a last contact sort of issue. It's the same as finding things under the fingernail. You need to know, did Ethan grab out and pull somebody's hair out, or was the hair placed there? We don't know. We need to know. We need to find out. We need to test it. Right. And in this case, it was sent to the FBI lab, and the FBI says, we examined the hair, and we looked at the physical characteristics, and Bryan Kohberger is excluded. But they didn't compare it to anybody else in the house or any other suspects. And the second thing is, they didn't do testing. The defense didn't do testing, and the prosecution didn't do testing to determine whose hair that was. And whether there's a root or not, that's the first thing. But the second thing is you can test the hair itself, the shaft, for mitochondrial DNA and start eliminating people.
Sure. Let me ask you this. Do you think that for the defense, the fact that it wasn't Bryan Kohberger and the FBI could say, we can exclude Bryan Kohberger, do you think that that evidence is enough for the defense to say, look, there was hair in his hand and it wasn't Bryan Kohberger? So there's reasonable doubt right there. I mean, I agree that it should have been tested, but I also think that some of that, the prosecutor, right, if they're supposed to be out there trying to figure out who committed this crime, isn't that a better argument for the defense at trial to say, look, they had this evidence. We know it's not our guy. So, I mean, I think on the hair, I almost can give more of a pass in terms of the not pushing to test it once your client was eliminated than I can on not dealing with the knife sheath and the potential DNA and all these other chain of custody issues. On the hair, I can kind of understand maybe saying as a defense attorney, I have enough of an argument to make there.
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of defense attorneys who think that way. They're frightened of the unknown question. Like they don't know the answer. They don't want to know the answer. They don't want to ask.
I always want to know the answer. So like when I talk to a
was something wrong with my comment? Which one, Brad? If it was removed, what was the comment? It could be YouTube removing things, my friend. They've been doing that like crazy. Especially for this one. I don't know why. They've been pulling comments left and right. Try retyping the comment in a different way, Brad, and it might go through at that point. But I don't believe anybody in here. They would have told me if they did. And nobody has said they did so far. I can't imagine they did anyway, so it's probably YouTube. Just try rephrasing it in a different way. And certain words might not be allowed depending on what it was. So I highly doubt it, though.
Dago.
Yes, sir.
And everyone, bear with me. I'm just trying to understand this. So this hair evidence.
Yep.
In the previous interview, that's taken us 3 days to get through, he's saying that he went to the storage locker and there it was still on the bed frame. Did I understand that right?
They had the hair that was in Ethan's hand was in the storage locker that they had taken from his hand. And then I guess they bagged it and it was in the storage locker. He was talking about at one point, or I believe it was talked about at one point that they had left that in the house at one point, the bed frame per se, and then they removed it towards the end.
Okay.
That's how I understood it. But when he went to the evidence locker with them, he was ever with all of them. According to him, it was everybody. And then the bed had been taken to the locker at that point too, and that there was hair still on the bed, and that they had bagged it, the hair that was in Ethan's hand. That's how he saw it and knew what it was. Excuse me. Sorry about that. That's how I took it. But
so at some point during the investigation, the FBI takes the hair, tests it.
And all they did was do a mitochondrial test on it to make sure who it was, what it was, and that and tested it against Bryan to make sure it wasn't Bryan's, or to see if it was Bryan's, and it wasn't. That's the only thing they tested it against. And it's all you could look at it and tell it wasn't Bryan's just by looking at it. But either way,
would it be in a refrigerator, in a storage locker, or
no, it'd probably be in a bag, in an envelope, in a box. For hair, that's my opinion.
Huh.
I don't know how they would store hair. I've never seen that before. There's a big clump of it like this, according to him. So I would imagine they would put it in the evidence. Right? Yeah, but not all blood needs to be refrigerated, from my understanding, if it's connected to certain things. So they probably put it in a bag. They could have put it in a fridge, but I would doubt it. I would just think a bag and then an envelope and then in a box. I'll look it up if you want me to see how they would store hair found.
No. I'm just trying to understand it.
Yeah. They removed it from his hand with the blood, obviously, that had glued it to his hand, they said. I've seen him do different things like that on other scenes I've actually been on. And they bag everything, like everything. 1 hair to 300 hairs, they will put in bags, little bags. And then they put them in envelopes, write it down, seal the envelope. It's supposed to be sealed. That way it's protected. So, excuse me. And there was hair in Maddie's bed, too. I believe there was a couple of them. Different types of hair than what they found in Ethan's hand. So, and those weren't tested either. Those had roots attached to them, which is interesting, but they didn't test those either. So, again, I'd like to know why. So, anyway, moving on.
Client, I always want to know. I don't ever say I don't want to hear. I'm not the lawyer that says don't tell me because then I can't know. I want to know every single thing that I can know. But I'm wondering let's say you find out that the hair matches, whoever, right? How does that change the fact that it doesn't match Bryan, other than to say they completely screwed up, which I think they had a lot of evidence to say anyway, meaning the prosecutor.
People ask because they're watching too many movies and television, which are telling them, oh, lawyers don't want to know the answer to questions that they don't know the answer to already. You don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. That is an amateur sort of idea that exists in movies and television. In the real world, this is a real case with a real defendant on trial for his life. And the investigation requires that you actually test the hair. So the prosecution had an obligation to do this. It's a important fact that they didn't want to test it. All right.
Agree.
The second thing is, once you test it and you source it to its origin, first you eliminate people. You say, okay, it doesn't belong to anybody in the house. Now, who does it belong to? We need to find that person because somehow that hair got into this guy's hand. Once you figure out.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to let this play. You got something to say, Moto? Okay, I got to run to the bathroom again. Too much coffee, but I'll be right back. I'm just going to let it play.
Whose hair it is, you can just determine what the nature of that interaction might be. And you might actually solve the crime. It might be some person who's responsible for the murders, right? So if you're doing,
I agree that's the prosecutor should do that 100%.
But the defense should want to do it too, because I get it. Let me answer your question. The problem is, as an expert, if I'm on the stand and I'm saying this hair should have been tested, the very first question the prosecutor is going to ask me is, well, if you thought it was so important, Dr. Turvey, why wasn't it tested? And my answer is going to be, I don't know. And that's going to.
I think that's fair, especially if you're going to testify. But
what?
But what if it comes back? What if it comes back to Bryan Kohberger's best friend, or it comes back to the guy that was potentially on Bryan Kohberger's phone list of phone calls? I mean, I'm just saying that also opens up the door to convicting your client when. So you have to think it through.
No. That's fantastical. Bryan Kohberger didn't have a best friend, and he wasn't talking. He was a loner. He doesn't. In this context,
we know that now.
Yeah,
we know
we knew that then,
right?
We knew that then.
But
That statement there bothers me. I'll be honest with you. We don't know that. And he doesn't know that. I don't think you should make stuff like that up. Just say that. You can guess that. That's fine. Everybody has been doing that, but I don't like the way that was said. We don't know that he didn't have a best friend. So I'll just say that. Yeah, they had left the bed frame to be destroyed in the house. It's crazy to me. But I'm not really that surprised, I'll be honest with you. So anyway, on we go.
We knew that then, and it doesn't matter. The answer is, if you're trying the case on the facts, you want to have all the facts, all right? And you're already out there making the argument that he's innocent. You're already out there making the argument that he didn't do it, and there's no way he could have done it, and the timeline's all wrong. If you're making that argument, and there's this pertinent piece of evidence that you refuse to test, it's going to destroy whatever credibility you've developed as a defense team. And they're going to ask that question. It's going to be a question that gets asked immediately. And it's going to destroy the credibility of every
well,
defense
and
expert.
I agree that it's going to be asked of the expert. I agree that it's going to be asked of the expert. But I think from a strategical standpoint, that these are questions that have to be at least discussed with the client. And what if the client says, no, I don't want to test it?
Yeah, well, let's answer that question. In this case, the argument from the defense publicly, this is not me violating a privilege, the argument from the defense team was that he was mentally infirm, had mental health issues.
Yes.
And could not really, and if that's true, then you understand that he couldn't, that the belief was from their side, from their opinion, that from their public statements, that he really couldn't participate meaningfully in his defense. He was.
Okay. Now let me ask a question then. If that's the case, then why did they still completely steal his psych evaluation to show that to the court? That he could not, he wasn't there enough to make those decisions. Because I don't know that I believe that either. He's saying that the defense team has stated basically in a sense that Bryan didn't understand this enough to be able to make any decisions in his case on his own. That's how I took this. Am I wrong on that, you guys?
It just feels like he flip-flops. He's 1 minute he's on the defensive side, he's all for T-Man Taylor. The next minute he's flipping over and it sounds like he's working for the prosecution.
Oh yeah, no, I got you on that. But I mean, I guess somebody said Ann said it in court, and I get that. Then why did they steal it? Is what I'm saying. Why did the defense steal the psych evaluation, and so that it would have been put on record then, and it could have been proven then that Bryan couldn't make decisions in the case. Therefore, in turn, the plea deal, in my opinion, shouldn't have been accepted if that was the thing. I'm just saying. Does that make sense what I'm saying, or am I out there too far?
No, it makes sense what you're saying. I agree.
If it was put on record that Bryan couldn't make good decisions because of whatever mental issues or, mental health issues or emotional issues, whatever, then why are you accepting a plea deal from this based on him saying, I understand everything if he has that problem? That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I'm just curious. And I guess my statement before that wasn't acceptable then, if that's what it was. So my apologies. Book smart, emotional reasoning, disability can exist. No, of course it can. Of course it can. I'm not saying it doesn't. I don't know. I'm just confused in some spots. That's all. No, I'm not saying flip flop. I'm just saying, I know what you're saying, right turn. Yeah, somebody's going to call me a flip flopper again. That's kind of what he's doing. He's kind of basing it, showing both sides of it in some aspects. I guess, take it how you will. Everybody's got their own thoughts on it. Hey, CT girl, good to see you. That I know for a fact. My son had that issue too. Too much anxiety also has a tipping point into more severe psychological. Yes, it will cause a lot of other issues. That's a fact. I don't know. This interview is a little bit different than the other one. I'll say that much.
In his own defense. So he should be taking the advice of experts and the advice of attorneys. Because, and then the other question is, was he even?
That'll never happen. I'm sorry, Lucy. It'll never, ever happen. Yes, me and Addie are turning into filthy guilters. That's all sarcasm, folks, by the way. She's joking.
Yeah, I know Lucy's being sarcastic there, but
right.
It does seem like a few out there are thinking because I'm not siding with Turvey, that makes me, let's see how to say this.
You're defending the prosecution. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm a guilty.
That's
like
not what it is. No.
I don't want Bryan to have good counsel.
Right.
Good representation.
Believe me, I know that that's not at all what you're doing. I've been with you
Right.
for 4 years, bro. I know. Believe me. Yeah, we know, Lucy. You're good, hon. No, I know, Eddie. There's no way in hell, guys. You couldn't give Eddie $1 million, and he'd still say no. He didn't do it. Period. End of story.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing mostly, is just playing devil's advocate through this whole thing, folks. Stands to verify everything, listen and look at everything. That's all. Thank you so much, Lissy. Are you on your phone or on a PC? Sometimes it's hard to do on your phone. And SRB, if you're not feeling good, hon, please go lay down. You don't have to be here.
Playing devil's advocate and pointing out that, to me, something is off. Something is not right about what we're seeing. In this case, where you cannot take what you see at face value.
I think it's really hard for anybody to understand that part of it, though, Eddie. Like, why would he come forward and say, I think Bryan is innocent, or there's a lot of, he didn't say that. There's a lot of exculpatory evidence proving that Bryan could be innocent of this, and at the same time go and be attacking it at the same time. That's what I think people are confused with, bud.
Okay,
truly.
So this is interesting because it came to me. So
Sure.
I would ask those people, do you think there's anything off about Judge Hippler?
Well, of course, we all do.
And if they do think
sure.
that, then that question to them, why would he do anything that would jeopardize his career? I'd play the devil's advocate, like they do. Like they say, well, why would Turvey do that? It doesn't make any sense. That would ruin his career, blah, blah, blah. So if they think that Judge Hippler is corrupt, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's a little different, and that's where I think the hard part comes in, because at the same time, Turvey's coming out, in a sense, taking a stance for Kohberger. But that's the weird part of this. That's where it's getting twisted. I know what you're saying. Why would Hippler put his job on the line to throw the case, or whatever you want to call it? You know what I mean? To work alongside the prosecution when if he gets caught, it could be a problem. Blah blah blah. No, 100%. But then at the same time, Turvey, if he's doing that, he's also coming forward saying, hey, I think Bryan could be innocent because of this and this. That's where the weird part comes in, Eddie. That's why I think it's hard for people to grasp this. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. His agenda is a little different. Turvey's agenda would be to malign Ann Taylor for whatever reason. Does that mean that the state is getting ahead of something? And that means that they're the ones that are, probably going to be soon exposed for, corruption, not looking good. So, of course, the tactic is you always accuse your enemy of doing what you're guilty of doing.
Yeah.
So, it's possibility. I don't know. I wish I knew.
It's a weird, a very strange, I don't want to say, I'm trying to think of the right word. Something that was unexpected. I'll put it that way. And I'll be honest with you guys. Like, even when Chris came forward, or this Dr. Turvey came forward, JJ from State of the Deep, you know how JJ approaches things differently. He said, this could be, and I don't want everybody to go crazy with this, okay? But just think about it for a minute. They ran a narrative from day one, period. And that's not true, okay? They ran their own narrative from day one to put Bryan Kohberger in the seat. And JJ made a point to me that I actually had to think on for a minute. JJ kind of goes off to the right a little bit as compared to what a lot of us do. So he said, yeah, guys, but what if? And he said, I'm not saying this is it, but he goes, what if? Okay. They know that we've been going crazy over this whole narrative they put out, so on and so forth. They've done so much bullshit with this. But what if they just brought somebody out once again to change the narrative? You know what I'm saying? Change it to shut us up for a while, maybe take it a different direction, and that still not being the truth. It made me think. That's a great point, because we don't know. It could just be one more bad actor coming forward to make us look at it in a different way, when in all reality, it's still not the actuality of what happened.
I don't see the point in it, Dago. Why would you do that after
I get it. I get it. I do. I 100% get that. That's why I said it just made me think. Like, what is the point, though? Well, we don't want to give the truth, so we got to turn everybody and looking. If they're not going to accept this, let's get them looking over here, but we still can't give them the truth of it. Because he said if it's that big, it goes that high. What if? And I said, well, you got me thinking, what if? Do I fully believe that? Of course not. But a lot of people feel that they're never going to tell us the absolute truth on this, so they're just going to keep coming out and giving us different directions to go with it until we believe one of them. And I said, well, okay, I can accept that. Do I believe it? No, but I can accept it. It does make some sense to me, considering everything else we've seen. But I know what you're saying, Moto. I agree with you.
Here's another question. If they were going to try to flip the narrative on us,
right,
they wouldn't use Fox News with what's her face right here, and Dr. Turney, who was working for the defense. They would use they would probably use News Nation and Nancy
Disgrace, right?
Nancy Disgrace.
Sure. No, I see what you're saying. I mean, it would be a less reliable source, but yeah, I got you. That's who's been doing it, so yeah, it makes some sense. This is why this case is such a disaster, you guys, because these things, first and foremost, nobody wants to trust anything now, and there's no reason to blame anybody for that, because look what they've done, and I'm the same way. Nobody wants to trust anything. And why should we? Nobody can give me a good reason. I can't give anybody else a good reason, because they've caused this from the beginning. So therefore, in turn, nobody's going to trust anything. It's obvious. Until, how are we going to know what truth is at this point? You see what I'm saying? Right. How can we? How and when will we absolutely know what the truth is? There's going to have to be something that defines it. The problem is we don't know that.
The problem is the truth is probably now so so dismembered. What are we ever going to believe? Are we ever going to see the truth for what it is?
That's it right there. That's the point I'm making. It is so beyond degraded at this point. How are we going to know? That's exactly right. So that's the biggest problem with this entire case. And maybe that was their point the whole time, that they'll just keep grinding it and grinding it and grinding it and grinding it. At some point, we'll get tired and just have to accept something. And at that point, is that the truth, or is that just something else they've given us? That's the whole point that I was making. So we just have to be careful, folks. And I that's one thing I will agree. Truly, honestly, Eddie's right when he says that. Like, we can't just accept everything right out the gate. We have to be able to weed through it a little bit, even if we want to. You just have to handle it with kid gloves, is all I'm saying. And I truly do agree with that, truly and honestly. So just take your time with it, as I'm trying to do, and don't make rash decisions. That's all. So you guys are making good points today. Even in chat, you guys are on it, making good points. I see them. So on we go. Oh, shit. I forgot. Where'd it go? There it is. I lost it for a minute. My apologies. By the way, I forgot to think. I got distracted by myself. Imagine that, you guys. Distracting myself. Where did it go? Somebody dropped a super chat. Thank you very much. God bless. Very much appreciated. So thank you for that. I'll find it. On we go.
I'm aware of that, because I'll tell you what's true. I wasn't aware of it until I went to Moscow and examined the bed frame. I didn't even know there was hair, because of the way that the documents were all written. It wasn't until I went and examined it myself and said, what the heck is this? That this sort of floodgate opened up.
Yeah, because it said debris or something, right? Didn't it say?
Yeah, they said it was debris, and they were hiding it that way. I'm like, this isn't debris, this is hair. So I think the what if problem is subordinate to the issue of, let's develop all the facts and evidence so that we know what the strengths of the state's case are. That's the role of the expert, is to come in and say, here's what the state has done, here's what they haven't done, here's what we can still do. Here are the strengths of their evidence, here are the weaknesses of their evidence, and here's what theories are supported and here's what theories are refuted. And the best way to do that is to have as much objective forensic testing of that potentially exculpatory evidence. Let's imagine 2 years in the future, the Innocence Project gets involved here and they test it. It comes back to somebody else who's committed similar crimes. Would you then say it was a bad idea? No, you're trying to figure out who did this. And that would be the kind of thing that would overturn the case. So the role of an expert such as myself is to make sure that potentially exculpatory evidence is highlighted and that it is tested, to make sure that we're all on the same page. And if somebody's trying to hide that, no matter who they are, that needs to come out. There's a public interest in having that come out. And if I were the one trying to suppress it and not talking about it, it would be my reputation destroyed later on down the line for hiding it.
Sure. Yeah. And I definitely agree with that. Let me ask you this. I'm going to move past the cleaning aspect just because of our time constraints here, because I really want to talk about Ann Taylor and Ann Taylor's response. So you spoke to Chris for Chris's book, Broken Plea. Chris has very high regard for you. I've interviewed Chris. He talked about you and your work on my podcast. And then Ann Taylor comes out and says that you violated the attorney-client privilege and that you should not have come out and spoken. And it's really the only statement that she has made. So I'm going to let you respond to that. And then I'm going to tell you what I think was strange about her response. Go ahead.
Of course. So let's just do a timeline here of events so we're all on the same page. I didn't hold back anything. Everything that I knew, I told Ann Taylor, to make sure that she had the best information for decision making. So all the things that have been discussed publicly, she was given that information. So she had it. And she also vetted me and vetted my report. We went through a couple drafts of it where I was adding things that questions she was having to make sure that when it got submitted, it was the full breadth of the opinions that she wanted on the record. So that report that got put on the record, the full totality of that report, like a 27-page report, that was something that she screened, felt was valid and competent, and submitted to the court. Otherwise, she's doing something wrong or something incompetent. So that's first part. That report gets put in January 2025. Then I don't find out about the plea until everybody else in the world finds out about it. All right. And so once that happens, within a month of that, the judge removes the gag order on the case. Now, what we have signed is an NDA to not discuss things.
Real quick, since I see a lot of questions about this hair and stuff, the hair at this point, if it still exists, because we know how this case has been, it can be ordered to be tested by Judge Hippler up to this point, from my understanding. It hasn't been. Nobody's taken it to him. So I don't know what's going on here, but they can still test it up to this point, from my understanding. So just understand that for those of you that weren't understanding about it.
That are work product. And that's pretty normal. I wouldn't do that anyway. That's not a thing for me. I don't need that kind of attention. But in this case, we have the scab.
And here's something else too. I forgot. I should have said this. There were hairs listed in that list. Okay. They had hairs listed as hair. They had blood listed as blood. They had debris. Hair is hair. Debris is debris. Blood is blood. So if you have hair listed in any other categories, why did you not list this as hair? Instead, you made it debris. That in turn tells me they were hiding it. Okay? And I think they were hiding it because it did not belong to Bryan, and they knew that. Period. Take care, Nova. Thank you for joining us. Have a great day. Appreciate you. Hey, Fizz, what's up? So, yeah, there was hair on where the bed was. Kim's right. We showed the photograph the other day, and it's from the same gob of hair that Ethan had in his hand, based on what we've been told. So that's that. That way nobody's confused on. I'm sorry.
Being the falsified chain of custody, that's a crime. That has to come out, and nobody's talking about it, so it has to be discussed. 2, the hair not being tested as exculpatory evidence, potentially exculpatory evidence. Nobody's talking about that. That has to come out. So those things are Brady issues that are required to be discussed, and they're not being discussed by anybody. So what happens is starting in October, I get contacted by Chris Whitcomb through a colleague of mine, and he's writing a book on this thing. And so I start talking to him about it, and then I start sharing information with him around December or so. And then by January, all these disclosures have already started to come out from the state. So all the information that he's getting is not work product. I don't have access to the defense material, to the defense reports. We were all compartmentalized. I have access to mine and to the defense pathologist report. All right, that's it. And that gets incorporated into my report. So the timeline is from that point on, all this stuff is being revealed by Idaho State Police or and the Moscow PD. It's all coming out, being revealed. All the discovery is being made public. And then in January, I believe, there was a disclosure of Paulette Sutton, the state's experts, her response to my report, a point-by-point response where she essentially agrees with everything, but says, the way this worked is the guy was probably naked running around the crime scene, which is just sort of nonsensical. But that gets turned into an article that is published in January. I think Fox News did an article about it, about my findings. They didn't contact me or get information from me about it. They just did a report about my findings as disclosed in this document that was released publicly, right? So I was the only expert for the defense whose findings were made public. Not always the underlying material, but the findings were made public. Then subsequent to that, People Magazine apparently got a copy of my report and produced a whole article about it.
Somebody tell me how that happened. How did People Magazine get a copy of his report when we don't have it listed in the documents?
I just wonder how come it was only his copy of the events, his report. It had nobody else's from the defense.
That's a good point
on it.
That's another good point and a great question.
So, if all this information is going to be released to create some sort of propaganda to spoil a case, why? This is what I really questioned when all of this first came out, and when he made the statement was, why is his defense report included in it?
Are you still there? You just went mute, bud.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry.
Okay. Were you done, or was that all you were saying?
Where did I leave off?
You cut out early on, so just repeat it again. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
All right, no, all I was really saying is when all of this came out, and his report was the only report that was included with all of this other propaganda that appeared to be some sort of smear campaign or leak.
Right.
Why was his the only report released from the defense? Why wasn't anything about Becca Barlow's DNA stuff? Blah blah blah. Why wasn't any of that included?
Exactly. That's a great point. And I want to find this People Magazine article too. If anybody has it or knows where it's at, I'm going to start looking for it too. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. Because I didn't know about that. I don't think Whitcomb did it. That doesn't make sense. Somebody else had to have leaked it. So, I'm curious. I'm going to try to find it though. I truly am. So, but that's a good question. Why was nothing else dropped except for his report and his report alone? That's a very interesting question. Very interesting question. So, great point, sir.
And remember, Chris Whitcomb's book hasn't come out yet. In fact, it's being sort of held back because we're waiting for things to come out, or he's waiting for things to come out, I guess. Because I wasn't involved in the publication process or the writing process. I just sat for an interview or a couple interviews. And by the time his book comes out, all this stuff has already been released and already been discussed in the public. So when Ann Taylor comes out, she's upset apparently because she thinks I violated work product. She doesn't say how. She doesn't say what information I released that wasn't already public. And she doesn't make any specific allegations other than to say that because I violated the NDA, which is nonsense, I did not. The disclosures put everything out into the public, so that's already out there. And then there's Brady evidence that needed to be talked about, and you can't hide that. Whatever NDA you have doesn't cover crimes, doesn't cover Brady material, right? You can't use an NDA to hide that, all right? So when she comes out and says you should view his credibility through the lens of his behavior of violating this NDA, and I'm like, yeah, you should, because I'm not the kind of expert who hides exculpatory material. I'm not the kind of expert who hides crimes. I don't do that. And I think she expected that I would.
I thought it was interesting. For me as a lawyer, if I felt that I was attacked in some way, and again, these were decisions she made, and I will preface this by saying this: we have no idea what took place between Ann Taylor and Bryan Kohberger. We have no idea why he ultimately decided to take a plea. We have no idea if he confessed to her that he killed 4 people, and that at the end of the day, he made a decision that he wanted to do this. We don't know. And, lawyers and clients decide for a variety of reasons why pleas should happen. And again, that's completely separate and apart from what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is.
All right, guys. So that was nowhere near as long as the other, thank the Lord. But there's that. I'm going to go looking for this People magazine article, see if I can find it. And yet, Chris was not Turvey, or Turvey was not Chris's only source in that book. There was many sources he had, for those of you that didn't know, that he said that to us personally. Look no further than JC. I don't know what you mean by that. Redacto, welcome. Oh, thank you, Witchy. You found it. Awesome. Hold on a minute here. Well, let me see.
I just feel like everybody that interviewed this guy wanted to interview him, but they didn't want to talk about the crime itself. They wanted to talk about all the bullshit surrounding it.
Yep, the drama. That's what everybody does. It's sad. Anything that's legacy media, they want the drama because that gets the views. It's ridiculous.
You know what? I really didn't mind her interview. Like,
no, it wasn't as bad.
She cut into a lot of questions that the custody queens didn't really get into.
Yeah.
But again, her choice of the discussion topic was the drama, right?
Yes. Absolutely correct.
I have to say, sorry for ranting, but I think honestly, like, Fox News has been pretty consistent throughout the reporting of this entire case. Like, even if you go all the way back, like, to the very, very beginning, remember when they had that more senior reporter on? It was an African-American fellow. And he was the one that actually went to where Bryan said he was. And he's like, hey, listen, I went out there. My phone kept dropping service.
Absolutely.
Like, I couldn't get a straight connection. And then I just think Fox has actually been one of the more unbiased media companies.
I agree. Out of everybody, yeah, I fully agree. Out of everything, definitely way more than, like, most of the biased is, Ashley Banfield, News Nation, Vinnie Politan, Brian Enton, all of them have been horrible with this. But Fox wasn't as bad.
And what I think it comes down to is News Nation, Nancy Disgusting Face, and the rest of them. Honestly, they're doing it for the money, because those channels, they need cash. Fox, probably not as much. So they're probably, a little bit more interested, possibly, in the truth than I'd say the lesser known channels.
Very good point. Very good point. Truly and honestly, SR Bubble said No People magazine did not publish an article on Brent Turvey's findings before Bryan reached his plea deal. This article is dated January 29th of this year. So it came out, I think it was 26th was when they did it. So, and it says right here, autopsy reports of Idaho murder victims suggest there were 2 killers. Bryan Kohberger, defense expert, argues. And so they had his report to be able to write this article. And it claims Brent Turvey, they didn't spell his name right, Turvey forensic criminologist hired by Bryan Kohberger's defense team argued that the autopsy reports for his 4 victims suggest there were 2 killers, at least 2 killers, and we've been saying that from day one. But okay, he argued that one killer could not have contained both Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle, or render the 2 different types of lethal force used on Kaylee. Prosecutors responded by saying an armed individual could easily control 2 unarmed individuals, and that people are capable of using different types of force. That makes no sense, depending on what you're armed with. At least 2 suspects were involved in the attack. That is what Dr. Turvey said after reading the autopsy reports of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana, and Ethan. The forensic criminologist was hired. We know that, blah, 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 blah. He believed it required 2 people to kill the 4 in the University of Idaho students. The outline is still under seal, however, but sections of Turvey's findings are included in a separate court filing that was recently unsealed and obtained by people. Well, if they could get it, why can't we? Maybe we need to FOIA that. If it's an unsealed document, I don't see why we can't FOIA that. I think I'm going to. 1 minute. I want to read the absolute report, the full report on what he said. It's not reasonable to think that Ethan would have remained in his bed after waking up or being awake while Xana was being attacked in front of him. The evidence and context began to suggest the existence of a second attacker, Turvey wrote in his report according to the unsealed filing. He later wrote that because Ethan and Xana appear to have been attacked at the same time, it is inconsistent with the state's theory that these crimes were committed solely by one individual. This claim is based on the fact that the autopsy report determined Chapin never stood up or left the bed where he was found dead on the night of the murders. Prosecutors responded to his argument in the unsealed filing, writing one assailant could contain 2 people in close proximity to each other, especially if the assailant is armed. Not if it's with one knife. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. I'm sorry. Oh, good God. Turvey next turned his attention to one of the other victims' autopsy reports, which found that multiple types of lethal force were used against Kaylee. In response to this argument, prosecutors wrote a single perpetrator can use multiple types of lethal force. If they have 4 arms, sure. The final argument Turvey made in support of his theory had to do with the time, specifically the approximately 15 minutes the suspect spent at the crime scene on the night of the murders. The precautionary acts in this case include the execution of living witnesses, the cleanup of bloody hands, feet, footwear, and clothing before leaving, and the disposal of said clothing along with the weapons, Turvey wrote in his outline, per the unsealed filing. He went on to claim that there was direct evidence of this cleanup, pointing to the fact that there were traces of blood found on the walls and common area of the home that had been diluted by an unknown substance. There was also indirect evidence, he alleged, such as the absence of the bloody footwear patterns at the scene in general. Turvey argued that one person could not have cleaned up these bloody footprints, wiped down the walls, and still be out of the house in 15 minutes, which strongly suggested in his mind that this was a 2-person job. Washing or wiping hands takes a little time, especially if preparations for cleaning are made beforehand, prosecutors wrote in their response. That's the dumbest statement in the world. So they didn't do it after the fact, but they went in ahead of time and prepared the cleanup situation, then committed the murders. You just contradicted yourself in 2 different forms. That's dumb. Removal of protective clothing and shoe coverings takes seconds. Turvey used a similar argument to defend Kohberger, pointing out that the person who murdered the 4 students transferred the blood throughout the house. But when police impounded Kohberger's car after his arrest, there was not a single trace of blood or DNA belonging to any of the victims found inside. Despite an extensive and exhaustive forensic examination of the defendant's vehicle for bloody clothing, blood transfer, and other evidence related to these crimes, down to the metal, none was found. He continued by arguing that this excluded the defendant's vehicle as being related to the commission of these crimes, adding that the failure to be absolutely clear and forthcoming about this evident fact would be evidence of bias. In response, the state said there can be a myriad of reasons blood was not transferred or to be detected in the defendant's vehicle. I want them explained then because I don't believe that. Another expert hired by Kohberger's team similarly tried to argue that he could not have been responsible for the crime, according to a prosecution filing responding to that expert's argument by obtained by People. Through his other expert, Rachel Orr, Kohberger has also submitted evidence that he suffers from developmental coordination disorder, which has resulted in deficits in fine motor dexterity and visual motor function. I've talked about this for a long time. Prosecutors wrote in that filing, his attorneys have argued in other motions that these deficits render it not possible for Mr. Kohberger to have acted with the speed and coordination required to commit the crimes in the time frame alleged by the state. Bingo. Kohberger ultimately decided to enter guilty plea on all 4 counts. We know all that. So again, I want to find the actual report and go through the whole thing. I'm sure I'll be able to get that. I can't see why, if it's unsealed, they would hold that back. But then again, you never know. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. So we're kind of out of time, so I'm not going to be able to do that. So I will do that other part tomorrow with the hearings. In fact, that'll actually be easier because I can focus on just the hearings. Because there's 3 of them I think I want to go over with you guys. If that's okay with everybody, I hope. Any thoughts on everything we went through today, Eddie, Moto, anything?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. How about you, Eddie?
No, you go ahead.
That's why we be here.
There's
a lot of questions.
You know what? Maybe I have too much for the end of the show.
Well, if you want to join us tomorrow, we can always break them down tomorrow. I'm going to go through these hearings tomorrow. There's 3 hearings that I want to touch on and scrub through with you guys and point out different things that we're going to go back to look at now that we have this information, that we have now, and discuss those things as well. So if you want to hold on to it, join us tomorrow and bring that up, and we can break it down then if you're good with that, Odo.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, good stuff. And Eddie, any thoughts, sir?
No more thoughts on what we did today. Thank you, Dago.
It was not as bad as it had been. Today was not as bad, in my opinion. Thank the Lord. Thank you guys for being respectful. For those of you that have been doing it, it is very much appreciated. And I know, again, guys, this is a struggle. This is rough. It's a very, 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 and it's really way more touchy than I thought it was going to be, and very edgy.
Yeah, it's really polarizing, which is a surprise to me. I expected this.
It shows the passion that people have, and I truly do respect that because I have it, you have it, Moto has it too. We've all, showed that. So that is something I do appreciate, is the passion you guys have for this, for wanting truth. But again, we have to always remind ourselves and remember, hey, Annie, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us, that we cannot allow this to divide, okay? Because that's what it's doing. In a lot of ways, they have divided us many times in many aspects with this case, and we cannot allow that to happen.
Yeah, people are really entrenched, and kind of, if you're not in agreement, it's almost hostile. It certainly is angry from some.
And I think a lot of people, it's a good point, bud, because, and you remember this too from the beginning, there were people in the beginning that were calling Ann out saying, I don't think she's good enough for this. I don't think she's doing the right things, this and that. And it was throughout the whole thing. I saw it. We always defended it because we don't know what is going on. And then things were being exposed that were being said, that were going on in the background. But again, we're not there to get absolute facts. All we get is secondhand knowledge, thirdhand knowledge, hearsay, word of mouth. And then we take that and run with it. And it causes a lot of these issues.
Without people like Eddie willing to be the devil's advocate, without questioning things, we would never come to any real valid answers.
Sure. That's a fact. And that's why it's okay. It's okay to have differing opinions, okay? Eddie's done that for the whole 3+ years that we've been doing this. He's always said, look at it this way. Look at it over there. Don't just look at this. Look at that. It's just what it is. So, and I appreciate that. That doesn't mean that you have to think exactly what he thinks. He's just telling you to look at it. Look at it twice. Look at it your way, and then look at it the way I said to. See what looks different to you, if anything. And if it doesn't, that's fine. But we have to have open minds. That's what it's about. Is keeping our mind open. You can't close it off. You can't.
I mean,
Whether you're either side of it, you can't.
We could sit here and say that aliens, they're the ones that caused this, and if nobody ever challenged us on it,
Baby aliens.
we might have some true believers out there, and we could run with it for 2 years, and nobody would stop us.
That's right.
Unless someone questioned us.
That is right. That is absolutely correct. Everybody's point of view is facts, and yes, Moto, you are 100% absolutely correct. Thank God that Eddie, I know Fizzy, that's why I said it, baby aliens. She's been saying that forever as a joke. We all know that Eddie, thank God, has thick skin. He knows that this community loves him, supports him, always has, that there's going to be people that are going to disagree regardless. So it is what it is. And I'm grateful that he has the ability to be able to accept that. Because he's a very important part of the community. So, and that goes for anybody that can do that. It's very hard sometimes. Is it a joke though? I don't know, Fizz. Is it? Maybe not. And that's the thing is we shouldn't get mad at anybody that disagrees. Nothing has a good point. Okay. We shouldn't. That's just because we don't want people getting mad at us because we disagree. Just like the guilters have done to us. They've done everything but drag us face first through horse shit. Okay. And if they could do that, they do that too. But we luckily can withstand that. They've done all but that. And like I said, they would do it if they could. And we have been able to withstand that. So this is nothing any different, folks. We just have to face it head on, move past it, and keep on going the direction we're going until, or if ever, the truth is exposed, period. And I do think it's coming. I have a very strong gut feeling and some sources stuff that has said things that there is going to be an opening to this, guys. It's going to blow up, in my opinion. Like I said, there could be some whistleblowers coming forward, some other things happening. Maybe this is the doorway to that. Maybe these things are happening because of that. Chris Whitcomb and Dr. Turvey and all this other stuff. There's reasons that everything happens, in my opinion. So all I'm asking you guys is to keep your mind open and look at every end of things, both ends of the candle, the front and the back of the book, every bit of it, guys. That's what I'm trying to say. So that I appreciate. I appreciate you, Moto, as always, Eddie. I love you, bro, 100%, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you for having the thick skin and the ability to withstand ridicule at times. That's important to me because it keeps you here. So,
I'm not afraid.
I know that, and I appreciate that very much. So, thank you all, and thank you to the moderators. You guys are amazing. I am going to have a little meeting in the background when I'm done. For those of you that can attend, I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Lucy, for being Lucy and screaming at everybody and making your jokes. I love it. Thank you to my mods. Thank you to all of you guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. I will be live with, oh Lord, I almost said Custody Queens. Crimes After Dark. That's right. That's who did it. The zip-lining ninja with 8 arms, and he was naked. Thank you. I'll be there with Crimes After Dark tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're not doing nothing, stop by and give us a hey and a wave. I appreciate that very much. Other than that, I will be back here tomorrow. I'm trying to do 2 shows tomorrow. I'm going to try to do one early, and then I'm going to do, of course, we have the Verdict Room Unfiltered tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Myself, Ms. Logan, Miss Kim, and Mikey from the Last 24. It's always an amazing show. And if you guys haven't yet done it, please make sure to subscribe to those channels, share them out, hit the like button here if you haven't done it, share this out as well. Nothing but love for each and every one of you guys. I do appreciate each and every one of you so very much. If you chose to, so thank you guys again for the, we hit one of our goals today and started working on another one. So thank you and God bless on that. Anything else that anybody may have donated to support our channel, God bless. We appreciate you. Never expected, but always appreciated. Love you guys so very much. Have a great night, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the TruCrime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one. Until